Wow. If you're a VOD watcher, whoop. Alright, I was rushing eating a granola bar, almost like didn't finish actually, I think, consuming it. Blah. Anyway, sorry. What a wonderful start to this. I should have just delayed the start. See, that was blech. Anyways, if you're a VOD watcher, I think you might want to skip forward a little bit, because I'm going to have to yap a little bit about tier lists. And one, why they've been in my head lately. It's because of the Jeff and also like the Jello Impact tier list. Like it earwormed into my head, and now I've been thinking too much about tier lists. Hence why the Friends tier list video happened. If you haven't watched that video, by the way, go watch the my Friends tier list video. It's posted the same day as this stream. Why? Because I unironically think, in many ways, that tier list is a more relevant tier list. Like and particularly the logic like my friends use in making that tier list, and how they were influenced by me, is a more relevant tier list than potentially the tier list I'm going to make on my own today. Okay, maybe, I don't know. I haven't made it yet. I'm going to make it today live. But the reason I feel that way is because I think most players are more like my friends and not, you know, like me. So like that tier list is more vibes and whatever, and vibes and uninformed thoughts about character kits, but they have loose connection to Genshin because of, you know, their connection to me and also casually playing Genshin themselves. So anyways, point is, I think that's how most people experience something like Genshin. And I almost think that is a very more important tier list to have, rather than me making a tier list in this live stream today, which is just going to be like, well, I don't want to call it meta. But you know what? One thing I want to get out of the way, as far as like meta goes, people would probably, generally speaking, call me a non-meta player. I think the perception of meta in Genshin being, oh, use the strongest teams possible, is fucking stupid. Okay? I think that definition of Genshin's meta is stupid. Why? Because there's no need for that. This is not a competitive game. The only reason that you would need to play the strongest teams possible is because you want to play the strongest teams possible, because you like clearing as fast as possible. But there's no game structures that necessitate you clearing in 30 seconds, right? In the Abyss. What you have to do is you have to reach the DPS threshold to clear in 3 minutes across 2 teams. And the kinds of teams that can do that are quite varied. And my point with this is, like, I think Genshin's meta is not, oh, do the strongest teams possible, aka always play Mawika, Solali, Bennett, Shalonin. But instead, what do you need to do to reach the threshold required to clear the content? Right? And in the context of the current state of the game, that's mostly just Spiral Abyss, 3 starting chambers. Right? I would love if there's more combat content, so there's more nuance to it than that. But even Abyss on its own has a lot of nuance, and I know theater exists, but so like I want to have that as an underlying perspective going in as well for me, and that I don't consider the meta of Genshin, you know, how do I make the Unga Bunga is DPS teams possible and only play the Unga Bunga strongest teams always, and I only like the Unga Bungas that are the biggest, sweatiest number. The real meta is making friends along the way. Yeah, I care about having ideas of something about, you know, I want to play DPS Lanyan. Okay, what is the extent to which I can make that work, right? And in the case of DPS Lanyan, it's very easy to reach those DPS thresholds. So yeah, Genshin's meta is like, okay, what is the synergies of, you know, using Farina, Bennett, and Farazan with Lanyan? How does Lanyan's skill work? And in order, or how did Lanyan's damage output work in a way to like reach that DPS threshold? And that's kind of it. So yeah. Anywho's, there you go. That's my obligatory. The way that many people perceive the meta of Genshin is irrelevant, because there's no content that necessitates, you know, the strongest teams in the game still. Did I like Jello's tier list? Okay, so Jello's tier list is one of the things that spawned my thinking about tier list too much lately. Mostly because I think I didn't watch the video, to be clear, so I don't want to. I'm not trying to like criticize him, but like I can't constructively criticize something when I didn't see his actual explanation for things. All I did was I saw the tier list itself, which is what I think a lot of people saw. And the more I looked at Jello Impact's tier list, the more it's just like, huh? Like, why did you delineate things this way? Is my main question. And then he like followed up. I also saw, this is mostly because Tars Blammo shared it with me. I also saw his element reaction tier list, which was even worse, like so much worse. We're not going to do a reaction tier list, by the way, because I think that's silly. But point being, I don't think trying to be overly objective with tier lists when you're one individual, like if you're gonna try to make an objective tier list, what is the most objective tier list? Quite frankly, ultimately, technically, if we are gonna make the most objective tier list, like as far as like a tier list that's applicable to as many people as possible, you have to like set up some maddening like survey voting system to like collectively rank all characters, right? Is how you would make an objective tier list. By that I mean like many people's perspectives come together to be merged in some kind of statistical analysis, mathematical messy way. I'm not going to do this, by the way, but there's almost assuredly a way to like mathematically get a bunch of data from people, ranking characters against each other. Usage rate does that. Not really. There's really the usage rate numbers from Abyss is like really problematic. As far as like trying to say the usage rate of characters is the like objective tier list. Like no. Survey wouldn't be more objective, just subjective with more subjects. But okay. What I think I guess we should define objective. What I think objective is trying to equate things outside of your own perspective, aka from a shared perspective. And therefore, what is and trying to yes, you'll use your like subjective interpretation, but a subjective interpretation trying to be like, what is the relevance to many people for this thing? In the context of like Genshin tier list, right? that's not I'm not trying to make an educational definition of objectivity here. But my point with like the idea of a survey is not to just survey, hey, what is your favorite character? What is it? Is not to do a survey of like, here, do a ranking of a tier list. You'd have to do it like it's not do a survey, give me a PNG of your Genshin character tier list, and then collate that data together. Instead, it would have to be done with some more like rigorous statistical analysis, probably, that I don't even want to think about doing because it sounds like insane. But someone might do it eventually. I don't know. Wouldn't objective be spreadsheet impact? No, because spreadsheet impact ignores way too many of the like situational contexts of Genshin. Like spreadsheet. No, we don't need to talk about spreadsheet impact. Spreadsheet impact falls right ass in the category where I just described, where technically there is zero in-game structure. There is no in-game structure that necessitates anything past the DPS threshold to clear. There's nothing. There's nothing in the game that's forcing you to do 120k DPR or DPS. My brain keeps on doing that slip up. So, anyways, like there's the reality that is shared between people, and then there is your reality that you view from your own perspective, right? And that is what like subjective versus objective is in my mind. For the purpose of trying to rank characters in Genshin, at the very least, but I do think that applies to most things. So, yeah. Anyways, that's my point. I'm making a tier list myself here today, and it is going to be subjective to a significant degree. But ultimately, my place as a content creator, I think about characters in ways that are not just relevant for me. So the way that I'm going to rank things is going to be somewhat influenced by, the overall collective perception on certain characters, right? And I think the only true way to make a technically objective tier list is to try to collectively somehow combine hundreds of thousands of players' overall feelings about characters, which would assuredly get some things wrong. Like, Sijuin would probably be ranked lower than she should be. But we don't need to get into that. So anyways, Kaveh, Lanyon, Sethos, automatic SS tier? No. Well, okay. So, big problem with tier lists. Oh, my thing doesn't... What? Are you serious? Oh, there we go. Okay, it was because the window was minimized. All right. So, a big problem with tier lists is, like... But this is what I put in the thumbnail, by the way. This is not what the tiers are going to be. A big problem with tier lists is how do you delineate things? Like, what I mentioned with Jello Impacts before is, like... He just delineated things in a way that was weird. In my opinion. So... Like that's what we're gonna have to figure out. We're gonna do farming quick, and then we'll start figuring out that. This stream might last a while, so yeah. Are you just using Abyss as a metric? Abyss is the only metric in the game. It's the only real metric in the game. ZZZ tier list 2, definitely not right now, but as a ZZZ on an objective measurement level, you can just put them like. There's a joke in the ZZZ community as far as like, the power creep at Zenless goes. If you're trying to like just do damage potential, if spreadsheeting is like your perspective on what makes the best characters, right? Then you can just like do the release order tier list for Zenless. But my personal Zenless tier list would obviously be different than the release order tier list, because I think there are some things in some characters that are much more enjoyable to actually play than others. And I also think in Zenless, spreadsheeting and doing just just doing spreadsheeting and what is the raw damage potential of characters is the wrong perspective to take, I think, for Zenless. And that is definitely the wrong perspective to take in Genshin. But it's easier to do that in Zenless, though, because there is definitely more obvious difference between certain characters' damage output. Was this meta or personal vibes? That's my whole point, Crunk. My whole point, Crunk, is it's both. It's neither, because any individual person making a tier list is going to be highly subjective, and I'm not going to try to present it to you as overly objective. But it is probably going to skew towards, like, yeah, Farina, go figure, is going to be probably in the top. So, does that mean I ranked her metally? Does that mean I ranked her by personal perspective? Does it f***ing matter, is my question. Does it matter? It's just my tier list. And I want the value to it to be... It doesn't matter. It's just what my feelings are. This is an opportunity to talk about the characters. That's all I want to use the tier list as. To talk about the characters. And I've never tried to do here, let's talk about all the characters in one big arse go before. And maybe I'll reach some new realizations about my feelings on characters, right? So it's going to be my personal subjective tier list to some degree. Like, certain characters will be ranked higher than other people because of that. Yeah. Go figure. But it's also going to be ranking based on like my overall perception on character strength. So it's going to be both, neither. I don't care how you want to do it. It's just a tier list I'm making, right? Don't take it too seriously. Did I select the right talents? I sure hope so. I should have selected. This team is... I don't think... okay. Oh, come on. I don't know. I didn't have energy, so I can't probably do this right now. Ramble tier list? Yeah, pretty much. There's a reason I'm doing this on the live stream, by the way. It took, like, my whole arse week to edit that stupid Friends tier list video. And the video is performing extremely poorly, which is just it's a wonderful feeling to spend, like, a lot of time making a longer video this week. And then it just performs like garbage and I'm making no money this week. That feels really freaking great. But anyways, Oh well. Side effect of making my content less of... Really? Love these enemies. I should just use Chlorine because of these enemies doing their stupid dodging crap. Okay, no, this team is perfectly fine for dealing with this. But, anyways. It was a fun video. No, yeah, I think it was a very fun video. I liked it. I had to put a lot of time into editing that absolute mess. But, yeah. Side effect of trying to make my content about the individual content and less about me, my personality, is that when I do something like a video focused on my friends, I think it has less potential interest to people. My normal viewers, that is, specifically. But I don't know. There's a chance, like, because it's a slightly different style of video, it's not a bad thing for me to try to make new... Oh my... Really? Come on, Bennett. I have you on a healing build so that doesn't happen. Look how much he heals. Oh my god, I just didn't get the heal at the right time. Alright, just... No, just die. I don't want to have to... Thank you. Alright. Pretty, but... I'll take a drink of water. I forgot to fill my water bottle. Oh, frick. Oh, frick. That's not good. It's my criteria for the ranking. We'll figure out how I want to split the tiers in a little bit. My overall feeling is I want to split the tiers in... I'll have some tiers that are like... I rank this character very highly, but they're not... But most people probably wouldn't, kind of thing. Like, I'll have some tiers like that. And I think I also am going to have some tiers that's like on the bottom of... Why does this character exist? There's going to be very, very few... For me, there's very few characters that exist there. But, like, why does this character exist here? For other people, might be very different, right? So... Anyways, we're embracing the fun of tier lists, and my point is, my point with the whole yap earlier is let's just not stress out about trying to be that objective about the tier list or present it as like that useful of information outside of the context of the discussion, right? Because what I don't like is how people like will look up Genshin Impact character tier list and they'll use that as their like they'll see, you know, what is the first Genshin tier list that pops up on Google? I did this a while ago. And it annoyed me. Maybe we should start with this. So you can get like this foundational perspective for how I think about things. So let's see. Well, Genshin Impact. You can't see me typing, that's fine. Tier list. Tier maker. Okay, this has like algorithm things going on, so it might be... This is a template, so that doesn't count. So Genshin GG and a 1-month-old Reddit post and Game 8 are the 3 that pop up. But like people will go here and they'll use this, and it's not like gonna usually fundamentally put them in the wrong direction. But Oron C6 being here and where's Chevrus?
My plan for the day?
Chevrus is in B tier.
Doing whatever I feel like, I suppose. Same with tomorrow. And the day after that.
So, you know, like... I'm not saying that these as a framework aren't helpful for new players to start somewhere. But I think oftentimes when people like look up these things, they end up getting skewed in the wrong direction. And fail to understand like how the game actually functions for why some of these characters might be highly ranked, and not understanding like, okay, this doesn't mean that you just use Xingqiu everywhere, right? Because that's like what people have as a perspective going at it. They're just like, oh, they use this character everywhere, they get it. That's like not how the game works, right? So anyway, this is a bit better, I think, than the Game 8 one. As far as like a semi-universally applied tier list. But I do think there's like some weird nuance here. Like Amber's going to be an interesting one to talk about. Amber's going to be one of the ones we'll talk about fairly early on. Because we might have to go do an Abyss run with Amber, with Silali. Silali changed some things in a weird way for Genshin, where like any unit that can have like a big pyro hit that can get a big melt. Like Gaming, quite frankly, is not A tier anymore. Gaming is at minimum here. I could make an argument that if you have Silali, Gaming, like, but that's all these it's all this conditional crap, right? So, anyways, whatever. Gaming C6, that is, which is what this labels. So anyway, this one's better, I will say. What about this one? What? Open the image. Timothy Gills and UMES should be a Burgeon tier in Burgeon tier above S tier, along with Pyro Traveler. True. Bennett, yeah, that's fair. Go to this is a better, honestly. Immediately, not even looking at the specific placements, just like I want to emphasize how important it is. Like how you label the distinction between the tiers is much more important than the placements most of the time. So, yeah, Bennett, goated in every team, highly versatile, great in most teams, great in some teams, but not all. Performance is all right overall, with good or bad team comps, very specific team comps or support / DPS. IDK. So, anyways, to be clear, it's funny to me that this I'm not even gonna talk about the specific rankings. We don't need to get into this. This is obviously just one person made their tier list, but I also want to emphasize that I simultaneously prefer them making a tier list like this with this breakdown of tiers rather than, you know, this, right? Because like what the frick does SSSABCD mean, right? But still, this is much better than whatever the godforsaken mess this is. But this, I don't know. Like, the point is, like, the personal yap perspective is what I get value out of for tier lists. Not taking too much stake in any individual ranking. Oh, I want to criticize this tier list. I really do. I really want to criticize some of their rankings. It's fine. No, we're gonna ignore it. No. Like, they're so Natlan pilled, my god. Well, I guess I mean they could put Kanich, like, lol putting Chaska up here, but then putting whatever. Whatever. It's fine. This is their personal tier list that they were trying to equate out to maybe the wrong things. So anyway, I can't say I actually agree with this tier list that much, but I still like the fundamental difference in trying to split it up in this kind of way. Yeah, Chi-Chi is yeah, that's what is this? What is this? Also Silali down here. Lol putting Mawika up here and then putting the unit that enables Mawika to be as overpowered as she is down here. Okay. Sing shows below Chi-Chi. This is really funny. Okay, this is really funny. But anyways, this it's really why is this what showed up on Google though, right? Like, go back. That was the third result on Google underneath the template thing. Like, what? Google, what is wrong with you? Why Google? What is like, this is the side effect of like everyone couldn't find good information from Google. So people started to do, you know, Reddit at the end of their Google searches. But then Google's like, oh, okay, we're just gonna uprank Reddit results. But then now it causes crap like this, where it's just like why? Anyways, whatever. Incognito mode give you more results, maybe. I don't know. But I didn't whatever. Like, it's just funny that like this didn't show up before this. So whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's go here before we do that. Let's go sit my butt down in Vibe Spot. And we'll figure out what we want my tiers to be. I'll leave. Do I leave the S, A, B, C, D because that's what people come for? I don't know. Is that's what people like watch tier lists for or look at tier lists for, right? They want the S, A, B, C, D tiers, but like if I'm doing S A B C D, I'm not leaving it as just S. I'm putting like what the qualifications are in my brain for it, and maybe with some additional tiers on top of that. So, anyways, sit long yawn down, blap. Let's figure it out. All right. And again, if you want a more entertaining tier list, probably go watch my tier list video with my friends later today. S. All right. So, okay, first of all, we can get rid of my previous stuff. That was just for the thumbnail. Okay, so, well, one, how can I add a tier? How do I add a tier? I can add, okay, good, yeah. So, first of all, let's add one. And please make Bennett his own tier. No, that's silly. I don't think that makes sense. There's too many relevant supports. Like one of the weird things with the current state of Genshin as far as like team building goes, they've released a lot more options for supports lately. We're getting Bennett 2 next batch. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the changes are tomorrow. Maybe we shouldn't be too gung-ho about talking about Eonson and Veressa. Veressa's not that interesting. She's just another main DPS in the game. But another on-field DPS, I shouldn't say. I don't like main DPS because main is different from on-field. Anyways, I think Roy's idea. What was Roy's idea? Sorry. I missed Roy's idea. Anyways, so I do want like a bottom. Also, you know what? Here, I should do what Kelly did, and we have to reverse the colors, right? But okay. Here, gray. Why do you exist? And for what it's worth, I don't think F. What in the world? Oh, formatting. What? Okay, I want that like centered, but okay, we're not gonna know. Okay, why? Here, no, I got F. Why exist? There we go. Perfect. That's the bottom tier. And no, I was gonna say we can place someone in there right away. No, there's not that many characters I think I'm gonna put in that tier. Because I'm someone who can see, for most characters in the game, they've designed characters well enough. There's some specific aspect of them that's usually unique in some form. Usually, Electro Traveler I actually don't think is one. They have a weird energy refunding mechanic that's kind of interesting. To be clear, I've never really tried to use them, and I admit to being only skewing up Electro Traveler because of the fact that Tars Blammo, who was a Traveler main, and he has in-depth knowledge about all the Travelers. So I don't think Electro Traveler actually deserves F, but they're close to it. So anyways, okay, so S. We probably all agree these are good characters. Fine, are great. Great. There we go. There you go. That's my S tier. We probably all agree these are great characters. All is a strong word. Strong. I mean, that's why I said probably. If people don't understand the meaning of probably, that's oh well. Anyways, okay. Say most of us. Sure, we can say most of us. All right. Problem with Electro Traveler is such a long cooldown for not so great skill. What is Electro Traveler's cooldown? Okay, we'll have Amber up because I'll have to look at characters occasionally in order to refresh details of things when I try to judge them. I have a lot of knowledge about Genshin, but I am not a complete encyclopedia. So, you know. 15-second, 13-second cooldown, 15-second amulet duration. How much energy do they refund? At level, it caps out at 4. Yeah, 4 per amulet. How many amulets do they get? 2. Okay, man. I hate travelers. I hate analyzing traveler kits because, yeah, you can get 3 amulets. When a character obtains amulets, the energy is less. You can increase the energy by. Oh my god. So, a fully ascended Electro Traveler can give 8. Like that's not an insignificant amount of energy refunding. How many of these can they generate per whatever? Anyways, energy refunding is an interesting mechanic that I think MiHoYo has not necessarily. I think that's one thing they could do better in character kits. One thing they could do better, like Veressa is a hint of like they're trying something with like an interesting modal second burst, but the actual implementation seems like it's not going to be that interesting. Like it's going to be functional like one of them doesn't exist, kind of. So anyways, we'll see. Veressa might get changes. I'm just using her as an example of someone who uses energy in an interesting way. Sethos is another character that uses energy in an interesting way. I think they did a better job with Sethos as far as balancing the 2 aspects of his kit. So anyways, like energy being part of the like design gimmick of Electro units is interesting. So I think it makes sense that Electro Travel has that as a gimmick. It's just the way they work is weird. So anyways, and probably not. I don't know. Do I place them in F tier? I don't know. We're getting whatever. We'll get to that in a second. The harder problem is, yeah, what do we do for the in-between tiers? Okay, so I want A tier here. By A tier, I mean like a tier, not the specific A tier. But I want A tier in this list in general to be like, I like this character, but most people don't. And I don't know where I put them in the ranking. But here, we'll just add, and it'll be pink. Why? Because I want it to be. Oh, I just changed the color of the S. Oops. We'll put it back to red for now. We'll rearrange the colors as need be. Here, add row. Pink. I like this character a lot, but most probably don't. I think this tier can go in the middle. I kind of want to put it right below S though. like it's like my personal S's, right? Is what I think this tier is. So S minus. Do like this. Maybe like that. S question mark. That tier sounds pretty controversial. It's my tier. Like, it's my tier list. I'm gonna have some things in here that are like where do I place Dia? She's not going here, but I use her so often and I enjoy her enough that I will place her here, and she has a unique enough kit that I'm fine with placing her in my personal S tier. But that's a different thing than, you know, S for like trying to equate to other people. Like obviously most people don't think Dia is S tier to them, and that's fine. But S for Saluna tier, yeah, that's fine. Here, fine. S for Saluna tier. There we go. That way people can't get upset about it. You can't get upset. S for Saluna tier. There are characters I really like for some reason, or another, and they're S's in my books, but obviously aren't S's to most people. This random pink is already freaking me out. Well, here, fine. We'll make it look better by making that purple. I don't like that one being that color, actually. It feels weird. Needs to be... I feel like S needs to be... Okay. Now, this is just... This is having graphic design as my passion vibes. Just changing the color willy-nilly. And then... it looks worse. Is there enough color? Okay, maybe I just go down the gray. Well, okay. No. You know what? Here. We do this in the above. And then we just go down. Right? We just go like this. So we can follow their gradient and it should look fine. Right? Okay, that one's too close to the other one, though. Okay, now it's too far away from the other one. Never mind. I don't know if we're actually going to keep all these tiers, by the way. But, you know. Bam. Like that. Wait, what happened? Did I just delete a middle tier? I did. Okay, oops. Sure, that's fine. That looks better. Yeah. Putting my tier at the top though makes things kind of complicated, honestly. Like constellation depending tier. Oh yeah, that's actually interesting too. Frick, constellations are a muddying factor, man. Oh boy. Oh, what a mess. It's so impossible to try to rank all characters together in a, like, it's so stupid. It's so inherently, ugh. That was the point of like the Friends tier list, was just to have it be purposely silly, right? Anyway, do C0. Well, yeah, I'm gonna assume C0 4 star, or sorry, C0 5 stars. But C0 4 stars are a different beast. Grade at C6 tier. Yeah, wow, let's put most characters there. Most 5 stars. Like, I'm not gonna say constellations will have 0 relevance as far as influencing rankings, maybe, because like characters having some relevant early constellations is nice for like if you really like a character, they have like growth potential. But I don't think that's gonna. I don't think I'm really gonna meaningfully use that for ranking the characters. Just assume C6 4 stars. We'll yeah. We'll just assume. Let's just not get lost in the weeds. I don't know. I could add a tier of like constellation problems, but then that's like there's not. I don't know there's many characters that specifically belong in the they have constellation problems tier. Like you said, could have used to say Candace, right? It was one of the characters that was very constellation reliant to have any relevance. Where like she barely feels like a character almost without C6 in most scenarios. But then Mualani released, right? And it's like, that's not the case anymore. So, as far as like finding strong teams where the character has unique relevance in. So, alright. Anyways, let's figure it out. This is fine. S can be for Saluna tier, and there's going to be some random characters there that don't actually deserve top tier. But they're top tier in my book because I like them. And I use them enough that they get to be there. Assume C6, but mention lower cons. Yeah, we'll probably talk about some constellations as we go through things. Okay, so A tier. Fun. Has good team options. You know what? Fun and quite strong. Maybe I don't have my own personal tier. I don't know. Because, like, where does fun but not strong go? That's my problem. Is like ranking some of these tiers below or above each other is hard. Like I should definitely have fun, but not strong. But like that probably isn't below A, right? It's probably technically in like C tier. But then there's gonna be characters that like I don't know. What I think we're gonna encounter is that I'm gonna have to muddy with the definitions of the tiers as I place characters. So fun, quite strong, has good teams. D tier, niche. But unique in some way. Unique in some ways, what basically niche says. Weird. Actually, we can just say unique in some way. We need a pretty butt tier for the sake of funny. Honestly, yeah. Pretty. But. Alright. Needs investment. That's I don't want to have a needs in, like to be clear, I considered making a tier list video specifically about 5 stars, which was like ranking 5 stars by how much investment is required for them to be useful. I still think that could be a helpful video in some form, but quite frankly, most characters in the game I think require investment. Most teams in the game require some amount of investment into like artifacts, whatever their builds. So like, yeah, I don't. Yeah. Like yes, you're probably gonna have to dedicate more time and energy to like figuring out how to use Amber kind of thing. Where do I place Amber? Man, my feelings about Amber are weird. We'll talk about her in a bit, but anyways, so I don't know, most characters. So anyway, the pretty butt tier is going to be the like, you know, the middle ground area where we like the character for whatever reason, or people have reason, just I like, or people in general tend to like, well, because again, there's going to be some influence I have from not just my own perspective that influences rankings for things, and yeah, that's the pretty bud tier. it's the wishy-washy. We like things, but we can't have very strong feelings one way or another. So you go here. Like, quite frankly, I do think Kaching belongs in pretty butt, right? Can she be very usable in a lot of ways? Sure. Yeah. But are you really gonna play Kaching unless you just like her at this point in the game? Like, you play her either because you got her early on, right, as a 50-50 loss. Like, does that influence some rankings? Does characters being more likely for people to have because they're standard banner character influence rankings? I don't think I'm going to do that, but you could argue you should influence up rankings or down rankings, maybe because of standard banner tier. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like Kaching, it would be either be in like pretty butt tier or whatever the heck I want B tier to be. Official driver go burr. Pretty much. Well, I'm gonna leave this one for now. I don't know if I'm actually gonna keep this here. So what do I name B tier though? What is the between of like because like A tier is like where I'm gonna throw all the DPS units that I think are fairly usable. You know, here, you know, this can be. Usable, but this can be the requires investment tier, because like characters like I'll give an example. I think Xiao belongs here, personally, because Xiao requires too specific of things. Maybe I don't know. He's gotten better because he has more team options, and we're getting more buffer options for him. Like Eonzon is a buffer option for him. So like, I actually don't know if I would play Xiao in A or B. My point is, a unit that has like pretty specific requirements for seeing damage potential out of them, like relying on. I think any unit that's just like, actually I don't know. I was gonna say any unit that's just like put amplify like damage bonus attack buffing, res shred go burr, and that's how you make this character deal good damage. Kind of belongs in this tier, but that also is like, in the current state of the game, you could argue that's for the relative difference between different characters, which is what tier listing is. It's the relative difference between different characters. You could argue that's most characters, like as far as main DPS element characters currently, other than Pyro and Hydro DPSs to some degree. So, usable, but requires dedication. Here. So that's the requires investment here. Bad. Kind of bad, but unique in some way. There we go. So, pretty butt is wishy-washy tier. You know, not having strong feelings one way or another. We need a middle ground tier. Why exist? Hopefully not many characters will be there. Pretty butt. Usable requires, you know, too much specific things that maybe other characters also want, kind of thing. I don't know. These are just like the pretty good characters. And these are the really good characters that most people can agree with. And then we'll have my special tier here in case I want to throw someone there. Because like I don't like Dia, right? Might be there. Might. I don't know. It depends if I can think of an argument for placing her in the other tiers. Why exists? So sounds so philosophical. It's philosophical. Yeah, exactly. Non-elemental line traveler. Why exists? There we go. Here, we'll leave Aether there because my elemental travelers. That is a character in the game technically. By the way, just in case you weren't aware, there is a non-elemental line traveler in the game. So they're the first ranking. Let's go. Okay. Let's do the travelers first. Geo Traveler, you know, Geo Traveler is interesting. So I can't show you their kit in the game without switching it. So Geo Traveler is, you know, they do have the exploration utility. They have the, you know, they're one of the characters that still in the game is useful for like trying to break out of bounds and whatever. And I think that is relevant as far as ranking. As far as like combat meta goes, though. You know, how useful is this character in combat? You know, I don't know. Their damage is not insanely low. I don't remember how many times this hits, their burst hits. But these multipliers aren't nothing, and you can call down multiple, and they have a crit buff, right? I believe it's in their constellation. Yeah, after using their burst, you have a 10% crit rate buff. That's rare. Of course, there is a problem of like they just don't do enough necessarily. Pressure plate meta makes them S tier. Yeah. Before Kachina and Shallonen, yeah. Like, I don't know. There's not a lot of relevance to use them. I'm leaning towards Pretty Butt. Why? Again, the Pretty Butt is not the appropriate descriptor for this tier. But it's fine. It's a reference to my friend's tier list video. It's the wishy-washy tier. Like I think they have an interesting enough kit, and like I really wish Mihoyo did more with constructs. Of course, there's just not that much construct synergy in the game. But the uniqueness of the construct synergy stuff and crit rate buffing, you know, I think it's worth putting them in C tier for now. If I feel like shifting them down later, maybe. I don't think they belong in the kind of bad tier, personally. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they are kind of bad, but unique. Yeah. It's gonna take me a long time. Wow. You know what? Nah. A character that can detonate geoconstructs could be interesting. Yeah. Well, we'll put them in kind of bad for now. Okay. Hydro Traveler, because they're next on the list. I know the Shao Lantern thing, by the way. Yes. And, like, by the way, you can do that with, I believe, dendro cores. But, like... They really did not want to give us a free Hydro unit. That was relevant. It's... I'm trying to look at, like, oh yeah, they create source water droplets. New Nuvilet synergy, except for Nuvilet, unless you have his C1, has anti-double Hydro synergy. So, like, you're not doing that. And then they haven't released any other units that have droplets in it. Okay, Siegeweed, yeah, when Siegeweed absorbs droplets, she gets... What does she even get? I don't remember what she gets from the droplets. The droplets for Siegeweed is nothing, too. The Shao Lantern bug is patched. I'm aware. They restore HP with their C6 to a nearby party member with the lowest remaining HP based on 6% of said member's HP. Wow. C6 Hydro Traveler is like a poor man's prototype Amber. A craftable weapon. I just... Why isn't this a team-wide heal? Okay, why does this, like, why does it not get blocked by the Abyss Wall, right? Like, Hydro Traveler unironically could be a usable and interesting character to mess around with if it didn't get blocked by the Abyss Wall. That's the funniest thing, that their stupid burst gets blocked by the Abyss Wall. So, yeah, congrats. You're with the Unaligned Traveler. Pyro Traveler. Pyro Traveler, as much as... we don't need to have my rant about Pyro Traveler. I might still make a separate video ranting about Pyro Traveler. As much as I'm annoyed with what they did, with how they have been like, oh, you know, ooh, look at what you could have had. That could have been super fun. And it's not the team-wide heal. It's not the Omega all the damage bonus. It's just like Pyro Traveler C6 with their ranged Pyro hit that I wanted, that they teased us with. And they're just like, you can't have it. Screw you, Mihoyo. But... well, I personally don't think they're the best Traveler for me, because I have other options for doing off-field Pyro, and I like doing off-field Pyro, like using C6 Bennett to turn other units into a Burgeon unit. But, like, Pyro Traveler is still strong. Scroll makes them pretty good. The 2-piece Scroll not working on them is absolutely nonsense without another Natlan unit. So stupid. But, you know, and Pyro main DPS potential with their C6, or without their C6 if you have C6 Bennett. Like, you don't really need C6 or Pyro Traveler, you still want it, but anyways. Hydro and double F tier. No, I think Y exist is enough. And like, there's a lot of context where like off-field Pyro is relevant in some form. Particularly with the release of the some Natlan units lately, to be clear. Like Emily, Kanich, Chaska, you know, Overload teams, of course. I don't know. Like, Pyro Traveler is... yeah, I think Pyro Traveler can be A. I think that's fine. Dendro Traveler, I think, also belongs in A. In some ways, I like Dendro Traveler more than Nahida. Like, I've been meaning to get Dendro Traveler with an R5 Sapwood Blade and start messing around with a Dendro Traveler that can actually buff EM by like 200. the reason I hesitate to put Dendro Traveler in S is primarily because of the fact that I think I don't know. Well, I don't think many people would consider this like Dendro Traveler S tier anymore, at least, right? And I did specifically label this as the most of us agree these are great characters, right? So I think we can just put Dendro Traveler here with Pyro Traveler. They're both good travelers for different contexts, right? Crazy idea, that one. Animo Traveler, weird because Animo good, but there's a lot of other Animo units in the game. They have uniqueness in that their burst has, what is the burst order? The burst infusion order it's the same as Lynette. It's like cryo. So normally it's like, what is the normal order? The normal order is pyro. Is it pyro hydro electro cryo, or is it pyro electro cryo? No, it's pyro. Oh, frick, I don't remember. It's pyro is the priority one, and I know it's cryo, I believe, is the priority one. With Animo Traveler and Lynette. So, anyways, the burst moving, they do have the burst moving away from you problem. Yeah. Pyro Hydro Electro Cryo. Yeah, that's the normal for, yeah, okay. So like Kazuha Sucrose Burst Infusion is Pyro Hydro Electro Cryo. And I believe that the order is technically the same with, if I recall, for the infusion priority from Lynette and Animo Traveler, but it starts with Cryo. So it goes Cryo, Hydro, Pyro, Electro, if I recall. So it just shifts it. Yeah, Feck, yeah, PHEC. So that has weird niche utility, and it's like a unique thing about their kit, which I guess that means like you might say, okay, I don't want to default just by saying something a character has unique means they're in this tier, right? But I don't know, like Animo is strong. Well, Lynette exists though. like would I recommend most people level the free Lynette and put VV on her and use her as your Animo support, or Animo Traveler? Probably Lynette for most people, right? But there's like weird things you can do with the skill absorption too. So yeah, I'm gonna put them in kind of bad. I think they belong, but they kind of bad but unique in some way. Yeah, Electro Traveler. As I said before, I will admit to Tars Blamo, a Traveler main, influencing me significantly, potentially, with Electro Traveler especially. He likes to randomly be like, hey, that has Electro Traveler synergy. I've never actually tried to use Electro Traveler. I think because the given energy recharge increase and direct energy refunding. Man, imagine if this character could use scroll, right? I feel like that's all that Electro Traveler needed. Or more relevant artifact set for them to use. Right? They just need to do a little bit more. Kathleen, thanks for joining. I don't know. Part of me is grappling with like, would I have more reason to use Electro Traveler if I wasn't like a person who played in a way that, like I got Shalon and C2, right? I saw the energy refund from Shalon and C2 and I was like, ooh, gimme. And it hasn't been that useful, to be clear, but it's been nice to have for fun things. No, they're definitely not C, I'm sorry. They're either D or F. For most people, they're F, right? There's not that many ways to like refund flat energy in the game. But also like flat energy is as far as like comparing to other things, like how does the flat energy from Electro Traveler compare to like just having Fischl in a team and Fischl going ham generating a bunch of electro particles from Oz, right? it depends on the team a little bit, because like how many official C6 procs can you trigger and whatever. Dory, yeah, exists too. Yeah, is Dory just a better version of her kit, honestly? Being with Hydro Traveler seems unfair. Yeah, that might be true. We already need a new tier. We just need the Hydro Traveler here. Favonia's sword clears Electro Traveler solo. Okay, but Electro Traveler can use Favonia's sword. Oh, I don't know. Man, why are the Travelers so hard to rank? They're annoying. Can you just make better Travelers? It would be so much easier if it was just like, hey, how about this? Do you make like more nuanced Traveler kits, Mahoya? Anyways, it doesn't really matter, I think, to most people. Why am I spending so long on Traveler? We're just going to leave them in F for now, unless I change my mind. Tars, I invite you to... Here, let me message Tars. I put EMC in F, changed my mind. I messaged him in all caps. He's probably busy doing something because he's a human being that doesn't just do Genshin for a living. Crazy. Anywho's, yeah, Dory kind of... The Dory call out of like her kind of being maybe just a better version of Electro Traveler is, I think, the fair reason to put her there. Because I think Dory is either C or D. Okay, the reason I don't want to call this pretty butt is if any of the freaking child model characters like Dory end up in the pretty butt tier. But I don't know, whatever. We'll hope. Okay, I want to leave it pretty butt because it's funny because of what Kelly called the pretty butt tier. But I would prefer having the flexibility to, like, my worry is that if I put a lowly model character here, people are gonna take this out of context, right? They're gonna take the screenshot of this and be like, "This is Saluta's tier list," and he called the lowly character a pretty character, right? When we're trying to not use pretty as like sexual attractiveness, but we're trying to just say they're like whatever. Anyways, don't call them that. They're the lowly model characters. I'm sorry. I'll stop calling them that when Mihoyo learns how to make a child model that's small, that's a male. Then I can say child model characters. You might be overthinking. Am I? Because I posted my friend's tier list with no context in my Discord after I finished recording it, not finished editing, and people were like, "Why is Diona in the pretty butt tier?" And I was just like, "Oh my god!" Right? So I already know in a minor context, people took it out of context. So lowly means child, female child, yes. That comes from the book Lolita. And comes with an implication of yes. Anyways, they're literally called lowly in their data. Yeah, there we go. There's my defense. If they're literally calling them lowly in the game's data. Of course they are. Anyways. Oh, Tars is responding to me. I mean, EMC is known as a battery character that needs a battery. Yeah, funny that you're putting EMC there when the synergy with Sethos is decent. I mean, okay, but that's what I was mentioning. That's what I was mentioning. Like, I know this. I know Tars. I know. It's just... Like her synergy, the Electro Traveler synergy with Sethos is better with Electro Traveler than Dory. Sethos tier list, yes, that's what we should do. We should do a Sethos. You know what? You know what? Screw it. The Electro Traveler gets to be in D tier because they're not as bad as Hydro Traveler, and we can think of a context where they actually make sense that isn't a bug. So Sethos synergy, even if Sethos isn't ranked that highly for anyone that's not me, to most people, Sethos, realistically, I'll probably put in B. I like Sethos a lot, but I don't actually think I like Sethos enough to put him in S tier for my tier. Alright. Also, GMC ranking is a travesty, totally biased. Okay. Tars is watching now. Alright, Tars, make your case. Make your case. if I ranked Electro Traveler up, I could be convinced to put Geo Traveler up. I do think Geo Traveler is much more interesting than Anemo and Electro Traveler. Anyways, sorry, I have called upon the Traveler main, and now that's derailed things even further. Yeah, you know what? Fine. I like this. We'll move Electro Traveler up for the unique Sethos synergy, and we'll put Geo Traveler up as a bone to throw to Tars Blamo, because yeah, and also exploration utility. You know what? That exploration utility, getting out of bounds utility. I think, you know, Geo Traveler has some fun enough utility. But what I would like is the ability to use Geo Traveler and other travelers at the same time, right? Like, that's my problem with using Geo Travelers. I have to switch to them. But anyways, yeah, we'll put Geo Traveler in the No Man's Land rank. Is a Discord notification an immersion thing? No, that's Tars. I turned off my notification blocker thing. I don't get that many Discord notifications, but if it becomes annoying, I can disable the Discord sounds. So, anyways, yep, there we go. That's the Travelers. That took a long time. Yeah, I was just trying to think. Do we start with someone in particular? Or let's just go in order of what this list has. I don't know why Jean's at the top. Jean is Anemo, Team-wide healer. She has the Sunfire synergy, of course. Obviously, Farina exists, and like, yes, Farina influences the rankings of characters. Farina makes team-wide healers, in particular, meaningfully more relevant. So that's the weirdness with Jean. Usable but requires dedication is not, like... What's Sunfire? So Sunfire is Jean. When you use her burst and you're standing in it, she applies Anemo to your character, like the active character. And Bennett burst, when you're standing in it, applies Pyro to your active character. So that means when you're standing in Bennett's burst and Jean's burst at the same time, you get Pyro swirls around your character. So basically it's off-field Pyro application and off-field, like, swirl Pyro damage, which is weird. It, like Jean is one of the more... Jean Sunfire is one of the more interesting music-y synergies, or in my opinion it would be if there was a reason to actually get a bunch of attack on music-y, but there's not. So, oh yeah, and like Force Falling, yeah, falling damage utility. I don't know, like Farina's existence and all of her weird utility, this might be overly biased up, but I think I'm gonna put Jean in A tier. I don't think she requires that much dedication to use, and I think enough players, like, with how commonplace getting Farina is, like, I think a stupid majority of the player base has Farina, the ones that actively play at least. So, like, her being probably the most universally accessible good team-wide healer for Farina, like, I think I will allow her to be up-ranked a little bit. Like, I think it's easy. Like, I rarely use her, to be clear. As much as I enjoyed her very early on in my gameplay experience, the fact of the matter is, as you get more options for other relevant units, what Jean does, and she has, like, annoyances with, like, how her animation is locked after her burst, and, like, the camera, like, like, I have some annoyance with her, but there's enough uniqueness I can think of with her. Anemo is strong. Team-wide healing is good for Farina. Like, I think she deserves to be fairly highly ranked, but with the acknowledgement that, yes, as you get, like, Cloud Retainer, as you get Baiju, whatever team-wide healers, as you get more team options in the game, they'll probably have less need to use Farina, less need to use Jean. If you get C2 Farina, there's less need to use Jean. So, yeah. You're gonna be here for a while doing this tier list. I know. This is why I'm doing this and never again. Elisa. I think this is an easy placement. Sorry, Sylveon. Is Sylveon here? I'm sorry. Maybe if I want to not be smited by Sylveon, I need to. Sylveon's my mod and is a very dedicated Jean main. or Jean main, Lisa main. She has her unique, stack build up, big multiplier skill. Quite frankly, I don't think I want to try seriously using this character until I get her C6. And C6 of the starter characters is very impossible to acquire. Sylveon's not here. Let's go. Otherwise, she would have responded already. Let's go. Death Shred, though? That's true. Well, okay, but that's something kind of unique. Like, maybe I should just get rid of the kind of bad, unique in some way. You know what? Here, let's get rid of the kind of bad. I want to get rid of the bad. Bad is a wishy-washy term. So is good, but it's fine. I can put her in B. I don't know. Yeah, the Death Shred. Man, if she wasn't so awkward to use without her C6. Like, I really don't like how she plays without C6. She feels so much better to use with her C6. Like, I just... I'll pay to bump her up. Like, I don't know if you... fine. No. You know what? I'm fine with it. Death Shred, and... if you really try to get the C6 over time with the Paimon shop, if Chronicle Banner ever starts happening with Mondstadt, like 4 stars anytime soon, she's a C2 to energy. C6 kind of fixes her whole kit. Like, if you haven't used her C6, I don't have her C6, but I've used it on Sylveon's account. And, like, she just, like, I don't know. Like this is B tier by the context of requires dedication, but I want to emphasize the dedication required is extremely high. Like the C6 requirement, and then also like if you're actually dedicated enough to try to get C6 Lisa and really want to play her over time, like Sylveon is, you probably want C2 Shallonen too. Because like C2 Shallonen makes one of the most significant differences with Lisa that I've seen. So like I don't actually think she deserves this. I don't think she deserves B tier in my personal ranking. Like, it's too much dedication. Like, it requires a lot of dedication. You know what? Let's... Here, C tier. Asterisks. The usable. In some way. With usable. Here, let's do it like this. Usable. That's not asterisk. Usable with asterisks. Is this fine? Is this fine? Rename C tier to usable asterisks. That sounds worse than D. Do I need to add the bad qualifier back to D? This goes too slow. I mean, I know, I'm still, it's a problem with trying to figure out how I want to label things still. Like, we haven't technically finished the labeling of things, clearly. Bad. We'll say bad but unique in some way. And this C is the same thing now, where it's like, they have something unique about their kit, but like, more usable, they're less bad than bad. Yeah, crazy investment, or whatever else, or in the context of like Geo Traveler, a stupid amount of knowledge on janky hitbox mechanics in Genshin. Did you know that constructs have different hitboxes for enemies? Yeah, why? There's a construct hitbox on enemies. Why? Anyways, 6 asterisks in particular. No, we'll keep it at 5. Amber. I think Amber's in B tier. Do I need to demonstrate this? I think I might need to demonstrate Amber being in B tier. I will say, Amber, you want C2 at minimum. But like, I'm not saying, like, I don't think with Silali's release, in particular, I do not think it's that hard if you like Amber to get her to be pretty usable. Yes, otherwise I'll never believe you. Alright, what do I have to do? What do I have to do to demonstrate Amber? Yeah, yes, Furu's Amber is SS. Because Furu Amber gameplay is on another level. But having a big multiplier, I haven't even done this. I haven't even tried to like configure my Amber for Silali.
Leave it to me.
I think like the value of big, satisfying, challenging to play, like that's like part of the requiring dedication and, you know, kind of needing Silali. I think for the most players are not Furu level and will want Silali. So here, do I just do like this?
Let's get this over with.
Something like this?
Need my help as usual?
I do have C2R1. That is a factor. You should be on Noblesse, I think. Or Instruct. Well, you're mostly on Noblesse anyways, so I'm going to put you on Noblesse. You just need to burst once for this demonstration. It's fine. Blap. Why does Yanfei have a mostly on level piece? Blap. Alright. Perfect. I could give her Elegy. I'm not going to give her Elegy. It's fine. Why does she have this even? I have no idea. Maybe just do a tier list? I'm doing a tier list! I'm literally doing a tier list, but you want a demonstration of Amber getting big damage. And, like, big pyro front loader damage has value. So, you know, here, let's just be boring, by the way, and do the core. Let's just keep things simple. Let's just keep things simple and do this core. You know, it's the Bennett, Shalon, and Silali core. It's a thing in this game now. And it being a thing and synergizing so heavily with pyro units is worth acknowledging in the context of a unit that has a big multiplier potential on their Baron Bunny explosion hit. So I think it's worth doing quick. Yes, I have higher investment than you might be able to get in a meaningful amount of time, but I think this is still like, if you're a dedicated Amber main, is a direction you could probably go, is, you know, getting, I don't think C2 Shalon is that relevant, but like Shalon signature weapon and Silali C1 might be very worthwhile. But anyways, what do we do for artifacts? Oh, frick, man. This is the real problem with this game. Let's just do two-piece combos. Also weapon. No, it doesn't count as charge attack damage, it counts as skill damage. Here, let's just use this. For simplicity. We're gonna yoink that, because I have this already equipped, and that seems pretty decent. It's good enough. Maybe do 2-piece EM. Wait, I'm on 3-piece Wanderer's Troop. What? How did that happen? Oh, I see. Alright, and oh, you use that. Here we go. Alright. Is that good? This is why I would consider doing double cryo with Amber. Like doing Diona instead of Bennett, I think is quite compelling. Diona C6. I need more crit rate than that. I still should use more crit rate. Yoimiya can run the Bennett Shallonen core, but she just applies pyro way too fast. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm just gonna go with that. Level 8, by the way, on my skill. That does matter for sure. C2 Amber definitely matters. C4 is nice. C5 could be nice. Like there's room to grow here is my point. I need to go get energy. As long as we crit, we don't care. Food buff that only gives 20 crit rate, yeah, I can use that. So all A build is on here. Let's may as well show my normal. We don't need Solali on. Wait, no, it should be fine. I'm not gonna try to show a proper rotation here. The goal is just to get a big damage number. Actually playing Amber is still gonna require dedication. But yeah, anyways, the best UI sit lolly team is Burgeon. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that much. Can I get energy, please? I have, like, nobody on Fab in this team. Alright, there we go. See if I can land this shot properly. What's her attack at, by the way? 2309 pre-buff? Alright. I'm a week at home? Yeah, I know, right? So this should not be... I would be not surprised if Furu on much lower investment as far as 5-star investment gets higher damage than what I'm getting. I want to emphasize that. Alright, let's just keep things simple. Do that to start, do this. Yeah, 260k, and then... Like... I'm pretty sure if I had level, like, C5 Amber, like, it's... Front-loaded damage is strong. And if you don't have C4 Amber, you can probably do some charge attacks. I don't know exactly how many melts you get out. I don't know exactly how this plays. I am not... Go watch Furu if you want to see good Amber gameplay. It's better than Dia, honestly. Yeah, look, I don't want to acknowledge your statement. That I don't know. I don't want to acknowledge the comparison to Dia. Okay, both Dia and Amber, I think, are more usable. So I don't know. Like, should she be in B tier? Maybe not. Like, I will admit to being biased from, like, Furu existing and me liking the uniqueness of you know, the Baron Bunny bomber playstyle kit, right? But and I just immediately missed. I think it's fun. I think it's interesting. She's gonna be F to most people. That's fine. But I think she is very much with enough dedication, you can make her very usable. And it feels like she's more dedication in the department of just invest in her to her main build, get her C2, and get good at playing her more than anything. Whereas, like, I don't know, it feels a bit different than Lisa to me, is kind of what it is, right? Hence why I feel like above Lisa does make sense. Maybe you could say I put her in C. Well, I don't know. Maybe I just put her in the top of C. Pyro Torch meta. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I put her in the top of C instead. But, and like, I've seen her go so much higher, right? I've seen her go so much higher than what I got there. Without the 5-star investment that I have. So, I don't know. Like, it's interesting. She's an interesting character in the context of the game as far as, like, how she can scale with your dedication into the future, right? In different directions. Gaming does more damage than Amber? I mean, yes. But I don't think Gaming is requires dedication character. I think Gaming is, quite frankly, assuming C6 Gaming at least, which is more achievable than C6 Amber, is like an S tier character. But, like, yes, Gaming is better than Amber. I do not disagree. So I don't know. I'm gonna put her there for now. If I feel like this category gets crowded, maybe I'll put her down here. Well, I don't know. I feel like she has like more options than someone like Lisa does, and I like her being more in here. But that might be my first, like, quite controversial placement, honestly. Noelle. I think she's a pretty easy placement into here as well. To be clear, I think she's easier to use than Amber. So here, I'll place her above Amber in the ranking. Maybe you could say put her here. Like, I know if you like Noelle, you probably put her here, right? I like Noelle, but I don't like playing her a ton. So I think, I don't know, I think she's an easy beat, yeah. Like, Furina made her a lot better, yeah. Her uniqueness of being able to be the only team's healer for Furina is pretty cool. Though it is not the easiest to use in my experience, because like things can go wrong fairly easily with Noelle, and suddenly you can be stuck at 50% HP, and that massively lowers your team damage. But it's like rewarding to play too in that way. So, and it's satisfying. Yeah, big sword go burr, exactly. You put her in S if you like her. Yeah, I don't like her so much that she would be here for sure. So I can absolutely see why, you know, any individual might rank her higher, but I think B. Barbara, well, she's a free Hydro. The fact that she is a Hydro unit that doesn't synergize very well, a team-wide healer Hydro unit that doesn't synergize very well with Furina. She doesn't not synergize with Furina, to be clear, but like, ugh. The cooldown, the cooldown requirement is, I don't know. Noelle is cracked though. I don't personally feel Noelle is cracked. As someone who has the ability to use a pretty good Noelle build, who does not have Redhorn, like Redhorn would make my Noelle meaningfully stronger. I don't personally feel Noelle is cracked. I think she's pretty good with Furina, but I also think it's many ways on the strengths of Furina. But her uniqueness of having her heal with being on field, it's cool. It's a cool build around if you like her. But I think it's just I think she's a required dedication character. I don't know. But I could also argue, yeah, maybe she's a unit that requires a in-between tier between A and B. I'm just going to leave her in B for now. It's simple. Again, the hope is that people don't just look at the end result of the tier list and instead, like, listen to my yap for logicking. A good Nilou driver for Barbara, yeah. I don't think she requires dedication. That's a weird statement to say about Barbara. So this is, again, the problem of having a label like this, which I thought I would run into. I'm going to put her in usable with asterisks because she has cooldown problems, and her actual utility is relatively niche relative to other Hydros. So, yeah. If they left the Bloom interaction in the game, they didn't nerf Barbara. It's one of the rare instances of a literal nerf that they've actually made directly to a character kit, where they changed how her skill worked. They actually changed how this character's skill worked after Dendro released. Why? Because they would have hurt Nilou sales, was probably what they thought. That's my theory. I don't think there's any other reason. Like the Barbara like recursive core generation loop wasn't that strong. Like it was inherently limited because of the fact that enemies can only take bloom damage once every 0.5 seconds. So like it didn't really matter that she generated 1,000 bloom cores, because enemies had a finite limit of amount of damage they could actually take from the bloom cores, right? So I think they only did it because Barbara being able to do that originally basically made her like Nilou in a way, but without Nilou. And with how they made Nilou's kit like so restrictive, and like she could have maybe been Nilou, but with more options for how to play her. In some ways, but Nilou has her big bloom, but like she wouldn't have been that good. Like Nilou still would have been better than Barbara as far as like doing bloom comms go. But anyways, I'm just yapping about the nerf, and I don't know. She has usability with asterisks, whether you want a DPS or whether you want to use her as your team-wide healer for Furina, whether you want to use her as a Hydro player or a Hydro driver on field. She can use TTDS, so like, I don't know. Maybe she is B tier, honestly. I hate her being frozen though. I really hate not her being frozen, but like her ring applies Hydro. You know what? No, she's maybe B tier. Maybe you can argue the strength of Hydro and the strength of like the different things that you can use her for does rank her up. But you know what? No. It's my tier list. She gets C tier because frick the Hydro application on all of your characters when you have her Hydro skill active, because there's a lot of times where enemies just shoot, like a Hilichurl shoots a cryo arrow at you, and you're frozen. I hate it. Like, it's really annoying. It's annoying on Xingqiu, and he only applies Hydro to himself. She applies it to everyone. So, anyways, she sucks in Dragon Spine because of her skill. That's probably a big part of the reason I have that heavy bias against her, and many people probably have that heavy bias against her, is how useless you get her for free around the same time you might be considering going into Dragon Spine, and then she just freezes your characters constantly. It's awful. It makes her feel really bad on top of her cooldown problems. So yeah, I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm actually tempted to put you in D because of it. But I'm willing to acknowledge that you have some utility, so I'll put you in C, usable with a bunch of asterisks. Sucrose. Official. Okay, I guess I should probably talk about them. What? Okay, so Sucrose does EM buffing. She's Anemo. She's Catalyst. EM buffing. Like think about Mizuki and how like one of the big complications on is Mizuki even relevant is the fact that Sucrose can kind of just be better than her in basically all situations. So yeah, I don't know. An animal unit that you build her on EM and she shares EM to the whole team. Like I don't know. I should really level 90 my Sucrose so I can properly do some more comparisons to Kazuha in some contexts, but yeah, like one problem I realized, I was tempted to level 90 my Sucrose. I submitted Zajef is recording a Zajef is recording yeah, I did fully ascend her, so I could have done it, I guess, but like my resource situation, like I didn't want to do this where I wanted. So Zajef is recording his meta roundup for this current Abyss cycle, and I would have liked to use Sucrose in my Superconduct team that I submitted to him. I submitted a Superconduct clear with it was Sitlali on her EM build, Kuki, and then Oron, who I also put on a bunch of EM, and then I used Kazuha instead of Sucrose because I didn't have level 90 Sucrose. And I powered down my Kazuha to account for Kazuha things. But like in that Superconduct team, the damage bonus didn't do anything, or did very little, I should say, because Oberon is the only one who actually would crit and actually take advantage of the damage bonus and dealt enough meaningful talent damage that it does something for him, but it doesn't matter that much. So the advantage of Kazuha over Sucrose is the damage bonus, and that means it's valuable for units who are doing meaningful talent scaling damage. And in that team, that was not how that team worked. So Sucrose should just be better in that team because she gives EM to the whole team compared to Kazuha. There's nuance to it. Of course, Kazuha grouping is relevant, particularly in this current Abyss cycle, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Point being, Sucrose has context where I can think of she's relevant over Kazuha. And Kazuha is well-regarded as a really strong character. Even if you think Sucrose is not that good because you have negative 4-star bias, a lot of people just don't think 4-stars are very good, right? She's extremely good. So, yeah. Stop showing Oron is breaking your immersion. Is Oron really an immersion breaker for you? That's funny. I'm sorry. And her C6 is good. Her C6 is not that good because you don't necessarily always burst on her, and it can be hard to get a specific infusion of a specific particular element on her burst. So her burst is potentially good, but also potentially overrated by a lot of people. Depends on the context. He's wearing paints? Okay. Or did you mean pants? Or is it the problem is he's wearing paints? Anyways. So yeah, Sucrose is really good. If I was going to the comparison I have with the fact that Shalonen competes and replaces Kazuha in many teams nowadays, I think if it's a circumstance of okay, you have Sucrose hopefully because she's a 4-star, and then Shalonen Kazuha. Which character do you pull for, right? Well, Sucrose covers many of the bases that Kazuha is potentially useful for. And then Shalonen, I think the combo of Sucrose and Shalonen covers much more than the combo of Shallonen plus Kazuha. So like if it's like pick 2 between the 3, I think you pick Shallonen and Sucrose over Shallonen and Kazuha. So yeah. Anyways, yeah. Sucrose deserves S. And I don't think she's going anywhere anytime soon. But yeah. In what order? Yeah, these are the individual tiers are not really in any particular order right now, but maybe we'll rearrange them later. Maybe, I don't know. Fischl. The unique thing about Fischl, in case you didn't know, her Ascension passive, whenever you trigger an electro reaction, Oz will spit a electro applying attack that can also, trigger a reaction. It always applies electro. It does have a cooldown on how much it can actually, how frequently it can be triggered, but functionally it's a low enough cooldown that you can basically really abuse it. Fischl C6 is kind of important for mini team context, to be clear, for her to really shine. But also it isn't necessary because she's still really strong without C6. So like, I don't know, she's still a really good C0 4-star. She's better with C6, and she is an important component of some teams just performing really well. Like doing a Farina official core together is oftentimes enough as far as like the threshold of reaching enough damage to clear. Official Farina can often be enough damage to clear. In conjunction with, obviously some team-wide healing and whatever situation going on. Yeah. So she's a good off-field damage dealer. She requires investment, like most characters in the game. She's gotten stronger over time. There's the joke, and she got buffed really significantly with Dendro. She got buffed in 4.0 with Golden Troop, and she got buffed this last year because they buffed electro reactions. They buff electro reactions. I would also say Fischl got a buff by Chevreuse releasing, so and every other electro unit that releases in the future is going to probably have potential synergy with her. Big fat multiplier units like Veressa don't have as strong of Fischl synergy, so not every electro unit has synergy with her or anything. But anyways, she's a very unique end character that is even when they attempted to make a 5-star version of her, they didn't really make a unit that's better than her to most players. I'm talking about Yai, by the way. Yai has nuance, to be clear, as Yai versus Fischl. And one of the weird things with Yai versus Fischl is that Yai and Fischl work really well together. So the context of comparing them directly is kind of weird when they synergize. But anyways, yeah, Fischl good. Mona. I think she's bad. I think there's a weirdly high number of people that think Mona is a good character. I don't think she is. I don't like short uptime buffs. Is I think the simple description of it. And the fact that we've gotten so many options for damage bonus now in the game means she's even less relevant than she was before. So will she still have rare opportunities where she might show up in the future? I don't know. She has a unique hit. If her C1 worked in extended freeze duration, maybe I'd be, I don't know. She has a crit buff on C4. I don't know. She has enough interesting things. She can be in the D tier. I'm not gonna put her in F. She's almost bordering on F personally for me. Yeah, her energy needs are really, really bad. But D, bro, what? Look, I don't think this character's good at all. Yeah, I think the only reason people have any favorability towards this character is because their perception of Genshin's combat is nuke showcases. You're putting her lower than Barbara? Yeah, I think she's worse than Barbara. She is. TDDS? Barbara can use TDDS. And it's not 60% damage buff. It lasts 2 seconds. It's a slight exaggeration, but sadly not much. And we have more relevant options for buffing Hydro. Or buffing Hydro, for damage bonus buffs in the game. Scroll, I'm sorry, but the Scroll artifact set releasing has basically annihilated any reason to use this character. That's in my opinion. And yes, her C1 is what keeps her out of F tier. Her C1 and C4 is what keeps her out of F tier. And I say this as someone who really likes playing Dia. Dia is one of the units that synergizes with Mona. And I don't like it. So, yeah. Anyways, like, do you think Siegeween is a good character? I feel like a lot of the people who think Mona's a good character probably think Siegeween is a bad character. But I would a million times over rather do Siegeween with Dia than Mona with Dia. To be clear, that's Siegeween, Farina, Dia. Actually, well, no, I've done Siegeween with Dia without Farina. But anyways, yeah. So, yeah. Anyways, Kaya. I think he's B. I wish his C6 was more easy to acquire because his C6 makes him the fastest cryo player in the game. He's probably doesn't require as much dedication as Amber. Off-field has utility. Well, I don't know. The problem is like cryo. It's I don't know. Double cryo is more relevant than it used to be. Like Sit Lolly plus another cryo unit combo. I would generally speaking almost always prefer doing like Sit Lolly plus Rosaria over Sit Lolly Kaya. But there's upsides obviously to doing like someone like Kaya over Sit Lolly. Or sorry, over Rosaria with Sit Lolly. So I don't know. I think he's properly good enough. And with potential for C6 in the future, you can do solo cryo melt with Arlecchino kind of thing. And I kind of I would like to test C6 Kaya with Dia in the future too. But don't have it. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long time before I do. Oh well. D-Luke, he has scaled surprisingly well because of buffers that can make him scale well, and pyro units have scaled well long term, and yeah. I'm pretty sure, even with missing some melts on plunges, I'm pretty sure Sit Lolly for him has been very good. Like if you want to use D-Luke, it's not that hard. I think he's better than Amber. Like, I actually do think he's probably an A tier as far as this goes. I don't like him personally, actually. So I don't know, maybe he's another unit that actually makes me want an in-between tier between A and B, I'll be honest. But I don't know, he's also the one that spawned Dragon Strike. Like, in Dragon Strike, D-Luke is still kind of relevant. I don't know. I'd say for me, he's in the in-between of B and A. But I'm going to actually bias him up towards A. If I'm going to like put Gomming in S tier, potentially Gomming C6 in S tier, I think D-Luke deserves A tier. With the similar logic of both of them getting benefit from Sit Lolly kind of thing. And D-Luke, yeah, Sean Yun combo. Twitter sees this as so over for you. Well, good for Twitter. I really don't like Twitter, and I have feelings about people who think Twitter is a good platform. Anyways, but I would say that about most social media. To be fair, I don't know. I wouldn't then like this is not even like, ooh, Blue Sky is great. Like I joined Blue Sky, but my brain is just I don't know. I don't like the let's post my thoughts to social media mentality. So I don't know. Like why am I even? I link my Blue Sky in my description right now. It's obvious I'm not going to ever use it. Anyways, Razor. Let's be honest. I think Razor's a bad character, but he obviously has unique aspects. Like the reaction shenanigans with the fact that you can do Electro while giving him an infusion, a C6 Bennett infusion, most notably. Technically, you can do things with Chung Yun. My friend Binge did, instead of Thundering Fury Razor with C6 Bennett, did Chung Yun. So you can do, Cryo application and Electro at the same time kind of thing, instead of Pyro and Electro. But Pyro and Electro is definitely better. So, I don't know. The uniqueness of that is, I think, places him here. I don't think he's really that relevant unless you just like the idea of doing reaction shenanigan teams. And you can do his reaction shenanigans with other units. I think you can make arguments that a High Constellation Dory is a more interesting reaction shenanigan unit than Razor. with how Dory's works, because Dory applies Electro to your active character when you swap to them, which you can use to do like Razor-ish things, but in a more weird, quick swappy, fun format rather than a just stay on field format. I don't know. I don't think he feels that good to play as a Claymore unit, but I have some negative bias against how many Claymore units feel to play. And Beto can kind of do the Razor thing. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think bad in a unique way is fair. Bennett. I mean, why even exist? Okay. I mean, do I need to explain? Do I need to? I'm like, please. This is the eve. This day is the day before we see what the next. Tomorrow is when we see what Eon's on, what the direction of Eon's on is going to be like. Right now, I think Eon's on is in a pretty balanced spot to be a Bennett alternative. It's possible to change her though, significantly. I really hope they don't change her significantly, because my god, do I want a Bennett alternative. Anyways, yeah, the joke of Bennett F tier would be that there's too many units that rely on him to such a degree that it's annoying. It's annoying for team building that too often it's like, oh, I want to play this team and this team in Abyss. Oh, nope, sorry, Bennett, there's only one of them. And like Eon's on existing will help with that a lot. And also like as an alternative to not Circle Impact. So, I don't know, but I think most people can agree Bennett is very strong. He's got a massively overtuned kit. What the heck they were thinking blows my mind. He's a really good healer, an absurd buffer, generates a good amount of energy. I just, whatever. And it's silly. He's gotten stronger over time, functionally. And hopefully we will have less reasons to use him with Eons on, but the fact of the matter is, regardless of how good Eons on is or whatever constellation you get on Eons on in the future, you're still probably going to use Bennett either on a separate team or you're going to use them both together, potentially. So, I don't think Bennett is going anywhere anytime soon. Mono below Barbara? Yep, you can go rewind if you want to see my thoughts on that. I think she's a worse character than Barbara. I think the main thing Ningguang has going for her is the fact that they like to put the Geodog in Abyss, the Wolf Lord. I'm not gonna lie, that's the main thing I can think of relevance for Ningguang. I don't know, maybe she is usable because like Shalonen exists now. Well, okay, the problem is like, I would also say like Shalonen, like, Ningguang's ideal team could probably be like Shalonen, Chiori, this is a context where like Shalonen healing not working with C2, even with C2, right? Shalonen not healing with C2 or without C2, of course, because her Geo samples aren't active in a triple Geo team. Like Ningguang, Shalonen, Geo, Farina could have been great. I think Ningguang is the one that actually got shafted the most, funnily enough, from Shalonen's weird mono Geo anti-synergy thing. I don't know. Her design is great. I don't think she's F tier. She has higher DPS than no one singles heart, does she? I don't know. I think Noelle's teams are probably more compelling still overall. Saying Ningguang has higher DPS than Noelle and single target, I think ignores the team, what their actual teams look like potentially. Yeah, I think she's better than Razor. I don't know. Like it's comparing a Geo unit to Razor is weird, but same thing like directly. This is the problem with tier list. We're trying to like compare things that aren't necessarily comparable. Best team is Shalonen, Bennett, Farina. Oh boy. Wow. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know. Shalonen helps her though, so like Shalonen. You know what? It's my tier list. I'm gonna put her in C. Yeah, I guess that you could probably make an argument. No, I don't know. Remember, C and B are very similar. I want to emphasize this. C and B are very similar, and realistically, the difference between me placing characters in different tiers are just vibes. Beto. I think Beto, because of the relevance of Auron being a new off-field like AoE Electro unit that does some AoE damage, but also has scroll available. The difference is Beto is more defensive focused unit, right? So like, she is good, but mostly good in AoE situations as far as her personal damage. Auron has more ability to be used in single target situations. Like I would struggle to say there's reason for you to invest in Beto meaningfully anymore. With like this is a character that has been screwed over by scroll set, I think. To some degree. Like, as someone who really likes playing with Electro is one of my favorite elements to do different things with as far as the reactions in the game. I rarely play Beto. I have her fully leveled. I have the ability to use her on a good build. I don't think she's a bad character by any means, but I rarely play her. But she's not a bad character, and she has situations she's good. The struggle is like, I don't know, her shining in AoE situations and Mihoyo doing so few contexts, like, where AoE is relevant lately, makes me struggle to feel like she has that much relevance to be put in A right now. She's good at theater, yeah. She's fun in this Abyss, yeah, an AoE situation. The first AoE Abyss we've had in a long time. Higher than Jean, you think? Yeah, I don't know. She's great in so many ways, but she rarely makes a slot in a 4-unit team. Yeah, that's my feeling. Like, she has some great things about her. I don't know. Requires dedication is not, like, the correct placement for her. So I don't know. This is, again, the problem of, like, what do I do here? This is now the third character, potentially, like, I need an in-between A and B tier. I mean, she kind of does require dedication. It's like, I feel like a Beto that doesn't have a decent investment is not going to do meaningfully anything for you, right? Scroll is terrible. Literally designed by how to make characters irrelevant. Yep, no, I do think it's kind of problematic in some ways. She is fun, so A is good. This is true. She does have a fun kit. I do like parry mechanics. You know what? That's fine. I'm willing to bias Beto towards A because I like parry mechanics. Make a wishy-washy tier. But, like, these tiers are the B and C and D. It's all wishy-washy. The whole thing is wishy-washy. Also, I think I'm probably not going to need this. I don't know. Maybe... I don't know. We'll... Here. Wishy-washy. And either there'll be nothing there, and this will just be a reminder to anyone who looks at this tier list that tier lists are inherently wishy-washy, if that's the end result, or we can put characters in the wishy-washy tier later and rearrange things. Make a Venn diagram. Venn diagrams would probably be more productive, yeah. Anyways, Xiangling. I am a Xiangling hater, I will say. I hate how she generates energy. Way too often, Guoba just generates no energy. So even a high energy build on her is not enough. And... makes her annoying to play. She's obviously not a bad character. Most people will agree Xiangling is a pretty good character. I personally felt like I only used her out of necessity. There's a reason I wanted Moika for being an E-bot, and that's to make me not have to use Xiangling. So the reason she'd be an S is because most people agree she still is a pretty good character. And, you know, her replacement is a 5-star character, and her replacement at C0 has situational problems compared to Xiangling. Like Moika off-field is not objectively always better than Xiangling, right? Which is a good thing. She's the only one that doesn't know. I mean, am I allowed to put her in A tier now that Moika really is released? You know what? It's my tier list. It. I'm putting her in A tier. I dislike this character. She's good. I don't like her. And I am almost never going to use her anymore. Like, I am much more inclined to just pressing E on Muika and not using Muika's burst. At all. Like, I'm still tempted to do that. Just never press Muika's burst ever again. Just press her E. Muika can become an E bot for me. My tier list, I'm putting her in A. She's good. Will I use her in the future? Potentially? Maybe. But I dislike how she functions. So, and I really, really, really strongly feel, by the way, that a big part of the reason that Xiangling is as viewed as highly as she is not necessarily on her own strengths, but because of... Yes, it's because of Bennett. It's Bennett, in my opinion. Bennett heavily makes Xiangling what she is. So... But not that Xiangling can't be used without Bennett. But I think... Yeah, so, there we go. Xiangling, you're fine in A tier now, I think. Ka-ching! She's either B or A. I like we mentioned Ka-ching earlier in the context of something I was yapping about, and like someone mentioned, yeah, official driver, which is kind of what this character is. She doesn't require an insane amount of dedication. I don't know. She's a very usable unit. And being that A is my label of like, you know, I'm gonna put a, now that I'm gonna put an asterisk on fun. The reason I'm putting an asterisk on fun is because of the fact that Xiangling is now here. I hate her energy situation. It makes her so annoying to use. She's anti-fun sometimes. I hate having a reset for Xiangling energy jank. Anyways. Anyway, Ka-ching is fun. It's quite strong, I think, is a little bit an overrating, but like her teams are strong enough. Yeah, no, I think she's fine. I think she's above Kaya, Amber, and Noelle. I think I've doomed myself to maybe put more units than I maybe originally thought I would have in the A tier because of some of the characters I put in B tier. But oh well, I think it's fine. Chungus. I wish there was more to do with this character than there was. Every time I've tried to do something with his Cryo Infusion, it just doesn't seem like it works very well. And he doesn't do that much outside of his Cryo Infusion, other than like a little bit of front-loaded damage. And like if you invest in Chongyun meaningfully, you know, his burst of damage can be not low, but I don't know, not doing any like sustained off-field cryo really, really hurts him. And I think the main thing his infusion is relevant for is himself, and that's really sad. He has uniqueness in his like his C2 cooldown reduction. He's much cooler than he is good. Yeah. Shatter Chongyun, yeah. I don't know. They buffed some of the cryo reactions with Superconduct and Shatter lately, so like that, I don't know, there's more shenanigans with him than there were in the past. I think he belongs in... he probably belongs in D, is my opinion. But he's also interesting enough that I'd be willing... He deserves B. I mean, if you're main DPSing him, sure. I'm taking a more holistic context, and I really like infusions, and I really want there to be more external infusions in the game. I would like there to be more cryo external infusers in the game. I want it to be done better. I think he's probably bad, but he has unique things that make him interesting. But I'm willing to split the difference in some form, in that, like, I don't know. I don't think it's that hard to make him usable. Like, you can see enough front-loaded damage potential. Use him as a weird quick swap unit. That's the main thing that tempts me to still invest in him and build him, actually, is his, like, quick swappy DPS potential. So yeah, like, maybe top tier of D. I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I think that's fine. Xingqiu. I'm also a Xingqiu hater. But the relevance of Hydro and him, you know, doing damage reduction and potentially good damage with investment in many team contexts, Okay, my personal ranking would be here, but if I didn't have some of the options for Hydro and the investment in Hydro units that I have, like I got C2 Yelan, right, on her first banner. So I did not, like the time that I started playing and started getting into Genshin's combat enough where having Hydro application mattered was the time when I got like C2 Yelan. And like I don't think getting C2 Yelan was a correct decision, to be clear. Want to emphasize that. I'm just giving you that as context where like I would probably like Xingqiu more than I do right now if I had to, you know, go through the like using Xingqiu more. if I was required to. As it stands, particularly in the current state of Genshin, I have personally been enjoying teams that use like don't have 20-second plus rotations. And I really dislike how he forces like longer than 20-second rotations. I don't like that Xingqiu Arlecchino together is like an anti-synergy. I feel like it should have been a strong synergy, but the way that Arlecchino feels like she works best makes her feel bad with him. Why would you put him in S? Because Hydra was really important to have in this game, and he can still be a very strong component to many teams. Like, despite my dislike of him, I still use him a lot. Like, unlike Xiangling, where I don't think I'm ever going to use her unless I have to. Like, unless someone's like, could you please use Xiangling instead of Muika? I want to see how this performs with the 4-star. Then I'll use Xiangling, right? Like, I'll begrudgingly use Xiangling. But I basically will have almost zero context to ever really use Xiangling for the most part. Because I have C1 Muika, to be clear. So I don't have to worry about the Night Soul stuff. And I have longer Pyro application. Is there situations where I still might find a niche scenario of using Xiangling over Muika because of the balance of her applying a little bit more Pyro, higher frequency? Like, yes, probably. But, yeah. Whereas Xingqiu, I find reasons to try to use Xingqiu. And I have a desire to invest more in my Xingqiu. Like, I kind of want to still level him up more and get him fully ascended, even though I dislike him. Like, I find reasons to use him still. And, again, most people think he's pretty dang good. Like, I do think he deserves S, even though I dislike him personally and don't tend towards him. That's my feeling. So, yeah. GG. Now, if we're getting to the nuance of comparing Chi-Chi versus Mizuki, there's a more complicated conversation to have. No. New tier for Chi-Chi. I mean, no, I can get what they were going for early on in Genshin with Chi-Chi's kit design, with her being an on-field healer, but like, if they're gonna make this character again, they need to like make her damage relevant and not have weird cooldowns. It's the same problem as Barbara, like, where I think their original philosophy for a lot of healers, they made Bennett though. Like, what were they thinking? They made Bennett, and then they made Barbara and Chi-Chi, right? Like, what? Anyways, I think they thought early on where like bursts were going to be more limiting for healing than they are, or his 70% limit was going to be healing limited. Whereas like Barbara and Chi-Chi both have like weird cooldowns and don't generate energy. And I think they wanted like healers to not be as overpowered as they are in the current state of Genshin. And I'm not talking the Fruna context. I'm talking healers are overpowered in the context of they just make you immortal, right? Like death is generally speaking not a failure condition in Genshin, right? Failing to clear in 3 minutes is a failure condition in Genshin. So whereas in most video games, death is a failure condition, and like Genshin's healers are extraordinarily overpowered. And I think their original design philosophy was trying to make it so healers weren't extraordinarily overpowered. But then they made Bennett at the same time. Like they effed up with Bennett, and that broke the entire formula for healers, I feel like. I'm surprised they didn't just nerf Bennett, but maybe they just realized it too late. So I don't know. At some point, they gave up, and they just made defensive units really overpowered in Genshin. Maybe it was Zhongli that did that, with the whole stuff with him too. Zhongli is not a healer, obviously, but Zhongli is another unit. It's a defensive unit that just makes you immortal, right? He removes death as a failure condition. So like, in an alternate version of reality where like the state of Genshin where healers were rebalanced very differently, I think Chi-Chi might have more relevance. In the current state of Genshin, with how with how she has, her on-field healing. I think that Barbara has the same thing, by the way. You do normal attacks, she does on-field healing. I think she could have a place like, what if Chi-Chi had a Eula burst in her kit? Right? We're like doing not even the whole Eula burst. Let's say like 70% of a Eula burst. And I say 70% because 100% of a Eula burst isn't that valuable. But like, what if she was she's a cryo unit. She enables superconduct, right? With Ocean Hue Clamp, she does. That's true. I mean, honestly, maybe Ocean Hue Clamp does skew her up slightly. I don't know. Like the Farina and being able to on-field her with Farina is like a weird context of like, I don't know. I still don't like it. I don't know. I agree. Chi-Chi is nice in co-op, so I don't know. Actually, but anyways, I think there's easy ways to think Chi-Chi could be better than she is. But she doesn't really apply cryo, which could be very relevant in the current state of Genshin, but she doesn't. Cooldowns are whack. Yeah, let's, I don't know. I think, and yeah, like prototype Amber R5 exists. Like, yeah, anyways, I'm gonna keep Chi-Chi there. In another reality, I think she could have been designed slightly differently and been better. Oh man, you're a weird one. I want to emphasize Venti is hyper contextual. Like, Venti is so hyper contextual. I feel like this character may as well not exist outside of AoE contexts that specifically have Ventiable enemies. Like, even in the context of this Abyss, right? Like, okay, he can trivialize Chamber 1 and 2 in the first half, and then LOL, what does he do in the second half? Or, sorry, the third chamber, not the second half. I mean, yes, what is it? He doesn't do anything in the second half either. So yeah, LOL, what does he do in the second half? And LOL, what does he do with third chamber first half? Right? Like, he has a unique kit that's interesting and has some weird, interesting synergies. But like, quite frankly, as we have gotten more options for other anima units in the game, I kind of think he's like, I kind of personally feel he's like here. Like, I think I'll keep him in C tier. Usable asterisks. I think he's not a usable that requires dedication. He's just a usable, but like it's asterisks. It's asterisk upon asterisk upon the weird synergy you can do with him with certain abilities when enemies can actually be grouped. And yeah, I guess Theater exists. So like, I don't know. It's nice that Theater breathed life to him for anyone that likes him, but I also definitely don't think you need to pull him for Theater even. So that's just silly. If you can aim Venti's burst properly, the Ruin Janks never waddle from each other. Really? Is that actually a thing Venti can do? Well, that's good. But again, it doesn't change anything where it's like hyper contextual. And like with how rare AoE situations seem to be in Abyss, like I don't know. Like if Mihoyo went back to doing their normal like what they used to do where like Abysses tended to have like an AoE, more AoE-ish half, and then tended to have like a single target half, like kind of like the current Abyss is structured. They went back to doing that more often. I'd probably incline towards putting him higher. But I don't have faith that they're going to go back to that direction. It kind of seems like they're very pilled on Unga Bunga single target DPS to sell characters and design Abyss around. Hopefully they have, new combat content released in the future that could breathe some new life into Venti, is my feeling. But I don't know. He's very usable, but with lots of situational context asterisks is my feeling. Klee. I do not think Klee is one of the pyro units that synergizes with Lolly. I do not think Klee feels very good to play. Is she a bad character? I don't think she's that bad. I think she's B or C. I'm gonna put her in B. Like, if I put Amber here, I think Klee can be here, obviously. That's my feeling. Like, you can, if you like Klee, she's very much you can use her and not necessarily struggle that much. I think Lanyo's better than Sucrose. If so, why can't compare them? Oh, I can definitely compare them. Lanyon, my enjoyment of Lanyon is a big part of the reason why I don't think I'm that inclined towards level 90ing Sucrose. The reason I want a level 90 Sucrose is to compare to Kazuha. But honestly, most situations, I think I'd have more fun using Lanyan over Kazuha or Sucrose now. For what it's worth. So, anyways, but there's nuances to things. Anyways, child, you weird thing. I hesitate to put him in A, mostly because of the fact that I said teams plural. He doesn't have very many teams. But the uniqueness of his kit... I don't know, kind of cooldown weirdness is... I don't know, he's such a weird character. He's such a weird character. I don't think there's any reason to get this character, personally, unless you like him. But... And his cooldown problem limits his teams. That, like, makes me not want to put him in A. You can be a driver mini teams, though. Yeah, I know. That's why, like, I do think he can kind of fit in A. C0 or C6? I'm not judging child at C6, no. I'm judging a child at C0. Many players might try to get C6. I don't know if they really like child. I guess, maybe. I don't know. Please put him in A for me. Hyper Bloom Child is forbidden knowledge. Good in theory, annoying in practice. Yeah. I think he's upper B. I think upper B makes sense. I like lower A, upper B. I don't know. Again, like the line between B and A is really loose, in my opinion. So, and what your individual preferences are could significantly skew certain characters here, one way or the other. Sorry, Sparrowfly, I'm sorry. Diona. Double Cryo is relevant with Sitlolly. Double Cryo down is relevant without Sitlolly, honestly. Like, you know, but more with insanity costing, or insanity being a cost that you pay to use Diona. I should specify with C6, yes, because C6 is 200 EM. But my god, do you want we want the worst circle impact team in the game that technically can like do a lot of damage? Amber, Diona C6, Rosaria. Who was the last unit? I don't even remember. What is the dank 4-star Amber team that Furu plays? Was it with Benny? I don't think it was with Benny. I don't know. Yeah, she has shielding, healing utility, defensive utility. Was it with Bennett? I don't know. Anyways, oh yeah, I forgot to talk about Amber, yeah, burst utility with Elegy. Honestly, Amber burst utility with Elegy, that helps her skew. I was just talking about Amber's DPS potential when I put her in B. But yeah, Amber Elegy burst support Amber makes her even more B. Yeah, anyways. Why is Dulik A tier? Because I think he has actually scaled and grown fairly well, if you like him. He can be pretty strong, but I don't know. You could... I literally just said A and B are wishy-washy, and you could, based on your personal vibes, you could easily move most of these units in either of these tiers between one or the other. But yeah, Sitlolly did a lot for Diluc, and he's grown over time with other units too. So, this is not a tier list saying, "Oh, you should build Diluc." It's just saying he can be quite strong and has fun, interesting things and whatever. So, I'm gonna put down and see. Yeah. I don't think most people will want to use her. I don't even like using her very often, but 200 EM buff, plus a little bit of defensive utility, but it's mostly the 200 EM buff at C6, and some cryo application, and like double cryo potential. Song of Days Past build is like, I think, what Furu uses on her, which is kind of interesting. But yeah. I think she's borderline B. I do think she's borderline B, so you know what, I'll shift her up in the C tier. That's what I'll say. Here, you can be with Geo Traveler. Zhongli. I think he's an easy A. I know some people might put him in S. I use him all the time. Well, actually, I don't. Never mind. I was gonna say I use him all the time in polearms only. I'll be honest. when Eon Sun releases, I don't know how often I'm going to care about using Zhongli. He's still good as the universal generic keep you alive and do a little bit of buffing with the universal red shred. That is valuable. Like, it's for people who like, yep, that seems desirable. Staying alive is without thinking, not having to dodge seems desirable to me. I feel like, yes, even with St. Lawley's release and Longyon's release, I feel like most people would still not regret pulling for him. And they would find themselves defaulting to like putting him as the last slot in a lot of teams. As someone who doesn't mind dodging, and in fact finds it oftentimes more engaging to have to dodge, and the fact that Lonyon Sitlali exists now, I have personally zero feelings of need to go for Zhongli anymore. And I kind of feel that Lonyon is just a better designed Zhongli. As far as defensive utility goes, but with some offensive value for buffing. But I don't know. I think he still has obvious value. That easy A. Xinyan. I understand their intention was like a defensive unit that gets some weird personal damage. Like she's meant to be like a physical DPS, right? Like, she's meant to be a physical DPS that does some shielding, which is so weird. Like, she has a really weird kit. There's some meme potential with, like, her defense conversion with C6. With, like I've seen people do... It's the one temptation, unironically, that I have to get Red Horn. It's not for Noelle. Yeah, I wouldn't dislike using it Noelle. The one temptation I have for getting Red Horn is for Xinyan and doing something silly like a full defense build on her and still getting decent damage. But, like... I don't know. She's mostly a why do you exist character. Multiple enemy waves cases for Xinyan? Yeah, the Mualani synergy, yeah. I don't know. It's like I tried it. It's like a pretty dank synergy. Like, Zajeff was the one that originally came up with it, and he doesn't play it. So, like, although he also seems to not have the temperament for Mualani. I very much like Mualani. He does not, because he does not have the tolerance, I guess, for paying attention to what enemies are doing, in that I have. She's at the bottom of D or like F. I think we put her in F. I don't think it's impossible to find ways to use her, but like, I don't know. The thing that biases me, like, so here, let me Tars Blamo. If you haven't seen this video, from Tars, he made a recent video a little while ago trying to clear Abyss using 1% usage rate characters, and he used Xinyan this video, and like, she's not unusable. So does that mean she's D? I don't know. I think we're gonna put her in F. I think. I'm sorry. Or you know, fine. You can stay in D for now. I'll let Tars Blamo skew her. But I think she's lowest of D or F. Albedo. You know what? Shatter existing now. I think Shatter Albedo is interesting. Is it that amazing? Not necessarily, but he does EM buffing, right? So I think he's interesting as a Shatter unit. But like, Shatter is only in the context of, you know, how much you can freeze enemies, and freezing enemies requires not bosses. Budget wheelchair with Shalonen? Yeah, exactly. Well, not even this budget wheelchair, just like more buffing focused wheelchair. Like, EM buffing is valuable. So I don't know. I think the relevance weird utility of EM buffing plus the fact that he has not insignificant damage potential, particularly with Shalona released a few months ago, whatever. Wheelchair combo. The wheelchair combo is a joke term for Shalona and Chiori, which isn't even that good of a combo without C1 Chiori. So, yeah, and Shatterbloom is like, yeah. So, you know, asterisk because it's not like it's universally useful. He's not that relevant of a character. He kind of requires dedication. I don't know. You could maybe skew him towards B. I think he's properly in the C tier. He has some interesting utility. Ganyu. I think Moika helped her out a lot. I am curious to see what Eon-san with her will be, because there is like some annoying problems with Bennett with her. I also think Shallonen helped her a lot. So recent character releases I think make Ganyu feel better to play. And enough to a degree that I'm willing to put her up here. I would have put her down here before. But I think she now deserves... She's strong enough and usable enough that I don't think it's that hard to... If you have the teammates that synergize well with her, I don't think it's that hard to get her to feel functional. I don't think Freeze Ganyu is super relevant as much, but yeah. And also obviously many players are not going to find her gameplay particularly engaging or anything. Xiao. I think I'll put him in A. Why? There's another Animo DPS that I know is not going to be A. And I do think... okay, so like, Animo DPS thing is like, Xiao is not a usable unit on polearms only, right? We don't have Farazan. We don't have Cloud Retainer. We don't have Bennett yet. We don't have Farina, right? And like, I really don't think Xiao feels good, honestly, without... Like, the only Xiao team I thought felt good to play is Shanyun, Farina, Farazan, C6. And like, that's 2 5-stars and then a C6 4-star that may as well be equivalent to another 2 5-stars. FXX, yeah. So like, the highest investment of Xiao teams feel good. And I honestly don't think they're that fun. So like, honestly, my personal ranking would probably be high B. But I'm still going to keep him in low A because of Wanderer existing. So, you have to invest into, yeah, I don't know, maybe I do put him in B. I guess I can put him in high B, and then I can put Wanderer in the bottom of B. You know, I think that's fine. I'll do that. Sorry, Zyax. I think he requires too much investment into specific things to make him actually feel good. You know. But I again, A and B, the line is bag. Maybe I should have had these two be green. Like these two being different colors implies that they're more separate than they are. When in reality, A and B are very similar. But I don't know. Anyways, I'd have to change the colors too much. Well, actually, I don't know. Would I? What happens if I do like orange for that, and then do like yellow for that, and then that. Blab. There we go. Maybe that helps. Maybe that helps. Alright. He's not fun. He was like working on a school paper, not fun. I mean, there's fun asterisks. That's what the asterisk is for. The asterisk is for any unit that's just like pretty decent that ends up here, but it's not that fun. And like, look, most people are probably not going to find Ganyu that fun, maybe. So, yeah. Anyways, should Diluc be above Xiao? I think Diluc is a better unit than Xiao. Yes. Sorry. I do think Diluc is a better unit than Xiao. But yeah. Diluc is taller. Yeah, there you go. Hu Tao. I don't like how this character plays at C0. With the asterisk of I think I would be fine. Like Shan Yun teams are fine. But it feels a little bit weird that like her best like C0 team is kind of just like Shan Yun, Farina, Bennett. Maybe it's not. Well, no, I don't think you have to use Bennett that much. I do think Shan Yun kind of fixed her, yeah. Alternatively, you could have her C1. So I don't know, there's a path, but like, I don't like the path. So. I don't know, she's more than usable. I don't think she belongs in B. I'll put her in A tier. Yeah. I think low A tier, yeah, that's fine. Rosaria. I think Sitlali, yeah, I know Sitlali has come up. Sitlali is a Farina Terra character, in my opinion. Like, as far as, like, reshaping the relevance of different characters in the game. I think Rosaria Double Cry with Sitlali is a very relevant combo. I played it a bunch. I still like it. I think it might be my favorite Arlecchino team right now, is Sitlali, Rosaria, Bennett, Arlecchino. Like, I like Rosaria, I think, more than Shilonen with her. And I have a C2 Shilonen with her weapon. Like, when I really want to go, like, alright, I want to min-max my Arlecchino, I'd rather do it with Rosaria. Is this a whale tier list? No. Okay, I'll compromise. I'll put her here. I admit to this being influenced by my personal enjoyment of Rosaria to some extent with polearms only, and like she's not like super easy to scale to get to do really good damage, to be clear. Like, as a damage dealer, she's B. But like, as the crit rate buffing utility, instructors build like crit rate buffing potential, Sitlali combo, like I think it's pretty good. I think she's a pretty good character. I like her more than Kaya. I can see why some people would prefer Kaya or Diona or whatever over using her in the same context, but like, is my tier list. I gotta have some things that are my ranking and not just compromising my rankings, okay? This is my tier list. Anyways, Yanpei. I am not sure how Yanfei Sitlali combos work. Is there anyone who's done Yanfei with Sitlali? That is a factor. I think she's probably B tier. There's not any like particular asterisk on her other than just like have compelling supports with her. She can't melt consistently because of her Ascension passive. Oh yeah, I heard about that. That sucks. That's rough. I'm gonna put her bottom at B. I think she can belong with Klee. She's probably worse than Klee, to be clear. Yanfei plunge with Farina. Oh, that's true. I mean, Klee can do plunge too. Okay, we'll put her in bottom of B. I think it's fine. Oh boy, end user license agreement. I think Eula's a bad character. Okay? I think Eula is a bad character. But she's got a really unique hit. If I'm trying to be objective, I think she actually belongs in D. But this is my tier list. And I really like that she exists in the game. I'm gonna put her in C. I really like that she exists in the game. Her kit is stupid. I can't believe they thought this would be a sensible kit for a physical DPS. And like, she's just like comically bad, yeah, compared to current new release units. Like, I think she is very D. I'm sorry. But I think she is very D. But I also enjoy her existence enough And like, if you're willing to put up with the jankiness of it and how her backloaded damage works and whatever, and you get her usable teams, I don't know. She's usable with a lot of asterisks of like, there's no reason to use her, and she's also really bad in a lot of situations because like so many enemies are physical resistant. Like, yeah, Hyperlumula. she's bad, but I like her, so I'm biasing her up 1 rank. There we go. Kazumaha, I mean, he's still a good character. So like, I don't know. Like, Shalonen has replaced many of the contexts I care about using Kazuha in. But at the same time, it's been nice having an AoE Abyss. So I think Kazuha belongs in the same category of like, boy, it would be nice if they, you know, stopped shafting certain characters in order to shield their new characters. Is what it kind of feels like. But he's still really good. Like, it's not like he's a bad character to have. It's just, if you have the many other compelling supportive options available in the game now, like the conjunction of things he does is less unique now. There's less, like in the past, it's been like, okay, having Kazuha or not has been a big difference of like how good a team can be. But now, like, I don't really think there's anywhere near as much need to have Kazuha, right? But he's still a really good character. And he's still fun. Like, really fun. And like strong enough and then useful enough that, yeah, I think he still belongs there. But yeah, he's the first 5-star in S tier. All right. Why you F Warsun? Warsun either really liked, from what I've seen from you in chat, Warsun, you either really like my placements or you completely disagree. All right. You don't have him. Ah, I see. I mean, I don't think you need to pull for him. If you have Shalonen, Sucrose existing, Lanian existing, I think there's very little need to pull Kazuha anymore. But he's still also fun to have. So, yeah. Anyways. I think she's B. I have no particular feelings about where in B, so I'll just, I don't know. I feel like placing her next to Amber would make people annoyed, and that makes me want to put her next to Amber. That's my feeling. B for big forehead, yeah. Yep. She has not scaled, I think, particularly well for how her kit was designed, but she's still usable with dedication. Like, you can just LOL do Kazuha and Shalonen combo. That's the reason to get Kazuha now, to do Kazuha and Shalonen together. Whatever. Yeah, Kazuha Shalonen combo, and then whatever other buffer, Shenhe, other characters, blam, you're probably mostly fine. Not saying it's ideal, but like, it's not impossible to use her with dedication. It's just sad that there's not many circumstances. Like, this Abyss, obviously, I imagine on the first side is pretty usable with her. With her like classic freeze team kind of thing. So yeah, it's just so rare. So you could, you know, anyways. But there's other avenues, and like with just amplifying her raw damage, and she has weirdness you can do with infusion gimmicks. I've seen some fun Burgeon melt teams with her. I think she's a fairly usable unit, but requires some form of weird dedication, one way or another. Yo, Mia. It is so funny how, like, whether or not a Pyro DPS synergizes as well with Lanian, with, I mean, she does gain from Lanian, synergizes as well with Zitlali, skews them, I think, significantly in one tier or the other. But it's also safe to say that pre-Zitlali, I think she probably still would have been in this tier, right? Yeah. Below Amber, that was my feeling too. Sayu, more fun Mizuki. I think C. Usable, has fun team comps. They're not necessarily particularly compelling. I don't know. Her healer relevance. I don't know. Jean exists. Like, obviously, she's not with Jean. I don't think she really deserves B. I don't think she's so bad that she deserves D tier, but she's also not I don't know. S for fun? I don't. The fun utility of her makes me skew her towards C. And you would say, put her in your wishy-washy tier. Maybe. But, whoops. I don't actually play her. I just have seen fun things with her. But it didn't seem fun enough that I care about building her. Right? Sai uses EM, though? That's true. That's true. Can't enable Sunfire, so goes to D. Yeah, I mean, Jean, I think, is a much better character than her. So, yeah, I don't know. She has weirdness to her kit and is interesting. I don't know if she quite belongs in C, but I'll leave her there. Oh boy, Raiden. Okay, so I'm... yes, Hyper Bloom exists. Let's get that out of the way. I think she has a severe problem for how most people actually end up wanting to play Raiden, because most people don't want to just use her as an E-bot and do Hyper Bloom, including me. She was my most regretted character for a long time, because I think she requires too much investment both into her and to other characters. It is probably where I would label her. And I think that is still the case. Whether you consider that desire to get C2, or, you know, investment into the national team, investment into her build for a Chevreuse team, and Zhengling's build for a Chevreuse team. Like, she's one of the most awful characters to build in the game, I think. And even with my Raiden hybrid build, lately I haven't been playing hybrid Raiden as much lately. Why? Because I've gotten other fun Electro units. I don't know why I said the word lately, by the way, 3 times there. But like I got Cloritin. My voice just died. I should take a drink of water. I got Cloritin. I got Sethos. Like, I have plenty of fun ways to do things with electric reactions. I don't need Hyper Raiden, right? Hyper Raiden was just like the solution for me to like suddenly have way more fun team options. Like, my specific Hyper Raiden build, I would put Raiden in A, but that's a really unrealistic thing for most players. And like again, I want to influence this in some form. Like Wishy-Washy, maybe she's the first Wishy-Washy character for me. Here, we'll put her here for now. I think I'll put her here for now. And she is a candidate for Wishy-Washy tier. Do I need to remember? I'm not even going to remember at the end. I don't know. Someone can remind me. Later. Okay, we already talked about how I don't like short field time buffers. I think Sara's a bad character. And yes, this includes her C6. She's an irrelevant character without her C6. And Eons on releasing, I think, makes her even more irrelevant. I do not think there's really a reason to use this character. Outside of, like, some real sweaty gamer things. And, like, not that I've done some sweaty things. If I was doing a Bose only account, I would certainly try to make use of her. But, like, yeah. I'm gonna put her bad, but in some unique way, because she has some niche utility. If you want to do sweaty gamer, Clarin, Sara, Chevreuse teams, you'd do that if you want, right? You can use her with Raiden Hyper if you want, yeah. Like, but I think she's a bad character. You could skew her towards C, depending on your personal preference. This is my tier list, my personal preference. Every time I have tried to use her after I leveled her up, I have not really particularly enjoyed it. She stays in D for me. Kokomi's a weird one for me, in that, like, she's a good character. I rarely use her anymore. I used her for a while when I first got her. She was like the first healer I've got, and I originally, so the first time when she ran was with Raiden and her rerunning for the first time together, and I wasn't playing during their first banners, and I regretted Raiden for a long time, and wished I ended up deciding to spend money for Kokomi. It was like the first instance of me spending a not insignificant amount of money for a character. And I wouldn't have had to spend that money if I didn't go for Raiden, which is it's part of the reason that I said it feels like I spent more money. It feels like I mostly spent money for Raiden and not that I spent money for Kokomi. It feels like I made a mistake pulling for Raiden because of the community glazing Raiden to heck and high beyond back then. And Kokomi was the unit I was like, I actually have a desire to have a hydro healer that's not cringe. And I still use Nilou. I still use her with Nilou, yes, but I still use her occasionally. And has interesting relevance with Frina if you can on-field her. Taser teams, whatever, right? Like, she's a good character, has good teams. But I still rarely end up using her, so I don't know. I think I'm fine with putting her there. Aloy, you're not a character in this game. Sorry, I'm not gonna rake her. Actually, fine. F. Why? Because she's not a Genshin character. I will say, like, I do want a character with her kit that isn't her. I don't have her because I started playing the month after. The literal month, like, by month after, I mean days. Like, she was given away for free. I had a PS5. She was given away for free until, like, the end of December. And I started playing it, like, early in January. Literally, like, I missed this character by weeks. So yes, I'm salty about that because that's stupid. But also, too, like, the character kit is not that relevant. I honestly would say, like, she's D as far as the kit goes. I will say. But her not being a Genshin character makes me refuse to acknowledge her as anything other than why I exist. Because my logic would be, I want her kit in a character that's actually a Genshin character. Not as this thing that Sony probably paid MiHoYo $1 million to put in the game. That's my feeling. So, yeah. If I actually had her, maybe I would have actually put her here. But, she's not a Genshin character. So why do you exist? Tomers. Fun Burgeon potential. Off-field pyro. Defensive utility. I like how his shield works. Like, his shield refreshing is a much more balanced and interesting form of, like, interruption resistance providing that doesn't just magically keep you super immortal. So I need to go refill my water bottle, honestly. I'm completely out of water. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know if I'd place him as that good. What is B tier Raiden? I already talked about it. You can rewind. But I did acknowledge that I think she maybe is my first strongly wishy-washy character for me. Yeah, I'm gonna put Toma in B. I don't think it really matters where he's in B. Yeah, Toma Virgin exists, but I can also do Virgin. I don't know. I've never felt the need to level Toma for Virgin, despite being a Virgin enjoyer. So, yeah, that's my overall feeling. I like him a lot in Poems Only. I like him overall. I think they actually did a good job, but with his kit, he's just a bit boring overall, and so he doesn't really require dedication. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. He's either like lower B, upper C kind of thing. Chlorin for Overload. Yeah, if you really feel like you need a shielder. Chlorin's in the category of characters that are strong enough I don't feel like I'm that concerned about being interrupted on occasion and I can just dash. I think EM Raiden is good. Kuki exists. I'm sorry. Like, I think Kuki existing... Like, yes, Raiden EM build should be better than Kuki as far as DPS potential. I understand. I do know. I understand. But, like, I don't think that is not how I want to play Raiden, and I don't think that's how most people want to play Raiden too. So, like, yeah. And I say that as someone who uses Raiden to trigger Hyper Blooms, but that I do it with the build that also can be on-fielded, which is why wishy-washy tier for me. Anyways, Yeah, I'm gonna put him in C tier. Sorry. I think usable, but like the situations he's usable in. If you're someone who really likes really values defensive interruption resistance utility, I think you'd probably rank him higher. Being that this is my tier list, I don't rank interruption resistance as high, and being that we have many options for interruption resistance, like Lanyan existing now, I think removes some desire for using him. Not for Burgeon, obviously, just for the shielding potential. So, but Shivers teams, yes, still exist. I tend to not personally feel the need, even before I had C6 Shivers, to have a shielder in a Shivers team most of the time. But him being able to provide off-field pyro for like an on-field electro unit and defensive utility is valuable. So, yeah. Tomo has interruption resist? Yeah. As long as you're doing normal attacks, he regenerates his shield. So he has quite good uptime on interruption resistance without like being insanely overpowered for a shielder. So I like his design, but I think he's just usable with asterisks in some situations. Ito and A, he doesn't need dedication to shine. I don't think that's true. I think he's like a Shao tier character, right? Where like he wants some pretty specific units for him to start shining and significant investment. So I think Shao is in a similar category as Shao. I think Ito is in a similar category as Shao, but arguably is a worse character. No, I think he is a worse character than Shao, probably, but I don't know. He has really interesting gameplay aspects that I think, yeah, I'm comfortable leaving him in like higher B tier. So yeah, Dog. I want to put him in F, but like obviously he has niche utility, okay, with his constellations. Me personally, like same thing with Sora, right? Like, he's kind of a Y-axis character for me. Again, funnily enough, if Shalonen mono Geo, like if Shalonen with 3 Geo units, if Shalonen could heal with 3 Geo units, right? Because you can't. Yes, I know that C2, which I have, makes her Geo samples active, like so you can use her in mono Geo, but her healing doesn't work. And that's a big deal. Her healing does not exist if you do 3 Geo units. And I think that limits some potential utility that Goro could have had. It's the same as Ningguang, where I think Ningguang could have had like more interesting team options. And like Goro could have had some more relevant supportive utility combos with Shalonen Goro combo if Mono Geo Shalonen actually was compelling. But I don't even think Mono Geo Shalonen is that compelling even with C2 in my opinion. So yeah, I don't know. I'm putting him in bad, but he has niche utility. I think Shenhe. I like Shenhe a lot. I like flat damage buffers. I will say that from my testing so far, like I'm gonna make a Charlotte video using her soon. I think DPS Charlotte, the end conclusion is gonna be that like Shenhe doesn't do that much for her, but like she's an option for helping do DPS Charlotte kind of thing, and like she's an option for some cryo DPSing in other forms. Like Shenhe is an option for a number of different conjunctions of cryo DPSing, but we have so many compelling supports now that I think very, very often, if you're trying to like improve your cryo DPS damage, you're going to be better off with a different unit rather than Shenhe. Right? Like, is Ayaka, if you're doing like Ayaka buff, just buff Ayaka as much as possible, ignoring the context of freeze and whatever. Is Ayaka, let's assume Ayaka, Shalonen, and Kazuha as the baseline for that 4th slot. Do you do Shenhe, or do you just do like an attack buffer, or do you use the Farina, right? Because you have Shalonen. Shalonen could be your healer. Like, or Sitlali C1. Yes, honestly, like, because Sitlali is like a character you're probably only gonna want to get at a baseline anyways. So as far as like, okay, the cost of 2 5-stars, do you get Sitlali and Sitlali C1, or do you get Sitlali and Shenhe? I think you get Sitlali C1 over getting Shenhe and Sitlali, right? So, like, that's a factor too. Like, usable, but with a lot of asterisks in that, like, it's really hard to find a niche where she makes sense anymore, sadly, is my overall feeling. But she still has an interesting kit. I maintain the most interesting alternate reality for Shenhe's kit is fuse her with Chongyun. Right? If Shenhe provided a cryo infusion to melee DPSs on top of her cryo buffing, she'd be an interesting kit. And still today, glue them together into one character. No, doing them in the same team is not that is not gluing them together because that takes 2 slots. Anyways, so that's my feeling. I like her, but let's be real, she's just usable with a lot of asterisks. I think Yunjin is a more interesting character substantially now that Shilonen exists. It's like Shilonen Yunjin combo is interesting. It helps Shilonen, or it helps Yunjin energy needs a lot to have a second Geo unit that consistently generates particles. Like before, you had like Yunjin Zhongli combo, and that was like fine, but like Zhongli energy generation was bad. Like Yunjin Shilonen Arlecchino is a surprisingly usable combo, right? Not that like Yunjin is the ideal buffer for Arlecchino or anything. I don't know. You could definitely argue bad, but I like Yunjin's kit. I think she's interesting. I think she just struggles from like how Mihoyo made her energy needs kind of awful. But Shilonen kind of helped enough with that, and double Geo core, like yeah. Yunjin, Yoimiya, Shilonen, yeah, exactly. So I like Yunjin existing in the game. My point. Or oh boy, Yai. Okay. Being that I labeled. See, this is why I had this Luna tier exist, right? The wishy-washy tier. Being that I labeled S as most of us agree, and most people probably don't agree that Yai is S tier. I think I could make a case for it. Because having off-field options is extremely relevant, and I have found I think I have quite literally used her in every single Abyss since her release. I'm not kidding. I think I have. I'm not 100% confident of that statement because I usually play every Abyss with multiple different teams. But I think I have used her in every single Abyss. Am I Yai glazing? Yes. But the very fact that I can find ways to use Yai in every single Abyss, I think shows that she is a extremely good character. But like, Fischl exists, and that replaces a lot of the need for many people to use Yai. Like, I know. And like, she has her weird field time requirement. I find her gameplay engaging, but I'm very biased. So you know what? Here, let's properly have wishy-washy. We'll put Yai and Raiden in wishy-washy tier. Raiden gets wishy-washy because I like Raiden with her build that I have, her hybrid build with Staff of Scarlet Sands, double EM. Means she has like a bunch of different kinds of weird elemental reaction focused teams she can work better in and still get good burst damage. And then Yai gets wishy-washy in the nuance of having good off-field options, and the fact that she works in so many abysses is good, but also other units do significantly invalidate the idea of saying that most of us agree these are great characters. So I feel she is an S for me, but we can agree that wishy-washy. But wishy-washy is... So Luna S. There we go. Ayato. Boba Boy. It's funny that Ayato is like still the Hydro applier in the game. Like, imagine if Ayato like just generated 5 Hydro particles on his skill cast, and burst support Ayato was like a bit better. Right? So yeah, I think he's a very, very B character. I think it's funny that he is the only other like Hydro player, other than Kokomi, I guess. But Kokomi has her own problems with that. But Ayato's burst is a Hydro player that doesn't require normal attacks, but it's not that much Hydro application. And yeah, it's just Ganyu burst, but Hydro, right? Like, anyways, I think, yeah, B. Yelan. I like Yelan a lot. I regret getting her constellations. I do not think she's S tier because the context where I feel like I think Farina kind of replaced many of the purpose of using her, as far as like an off-field Hydro DPS goes, and I think she's too often reliant on like double Hydro cores nowadays, like particularly like Farina Yelan combos. I think she's fun. I think she's quite strong and has good teams, and there's compelling reasons to pull for her because Hydro off-field DPS. But like, if I were to roll back time, not pull any copies of Yelan at all, that would have saved me a lot of pulls. Not pull any copies of her at all, and just invest in Xingqiu more. I think I'd be perfectly happy, and I think my account would be in nearly the same exact state as it is today. But for what it's worth, getting Yelan was like the first, oh, now I can suddenly 36-star Abyss. Like, Yelan's release was when I started 36-starring. It was also just when I happened to like been playing long enough that I got to that point of like, oh, I can start clearing. And also, this was before I had C2 Yelan, because I had C1 Yelan initially. And I don't know, right? Like I didn't really do stuff with Hydro before. So like I think it was more just like, oh wow, Hydro good, is what helped me clear. Like a C2 Yelan, sure, S tier. I think a non-C2 Yelan today, I think is A tier. She's a very good character, and there's compelling reasons to get her, but also I don't think there's a ton of need for her. I think like having Xingqiu and Farina is like good, but yeah. She belongs in S? I don't know. I admit to falling out of love with her because I was never in love with her, literally speaking. I feel the need to specify that just because, like, in case people think I was literally in love with her. I wasn't infatuated with her. I do not fall in love with fictional characters, I'm sorry. As much as I might joke about it. I started to dislike her after I got her C6, and I don't feel like explaining why I got her C6 and why she is permanently powered down to be down to the power level of like a C0 Yelan. But I liked her less. I liked her more before I had her C6, and I wish I could turn off her C6. SS for armpit, yeah. So anyways, that might be a controversial one, but I'm leaving Yelan in high A. Dia, I mean, if we're keeping characters in wishy-washy tier, if we're deleting, like I already said before, like we're like, okay, so like Raiden I think would be B tier, ignoring the wishy-washy tier. Yai I think would be A tier, without the wishy-washy tier, my S tier. Dia I think would realistically be C, if we're getting rid of the wishy-washy tier. I'm putting her in wishy-washy tier because I think the uniqueness of having some off-field pyro, interruption resistance providing, making your team tanky, her being an enormously tanky unit, like, she just does not die when you have a build Dia. Like, does it take investment? Yes. Like, you basically need C1. You don't basically need C1. You want C1. But anyways, like, is there a difference between different Dia constellation levels? Yes. I do think Dia's kit doesn't quite start to feel complete until C2. But she has a unique conjunction of things that I don't think they're ever going to do in a character kit again. I do really enjoy having a short field time DP. Like Dia does not do a lot of damage, right? But she does her damage in a short window when she's on field, and then she just does some off-field damage after that. And that means you can spend that field time doing something with some other character, right? So like, Dia's damage output in the short duration that she lasts is like a fairly high amount of damage in that window. But then extrapolated out to, like, if you average that out across a full 20-second rotation, yeah, Dia's damage is not that high. pre-C6. So I mean, with C6, she becomes like Hu Tao C1 level, and that's pretty dang good. But also makes her take more field time. So, anyways. Point being, like, if you actually... during the like few seconds of time frame where like Dia's doing her burst with an invested build, she can do a not insignificant amount of damage in that time. So if you're able to keep up damage by having some other function of damage dealing in the team, she can work quite well. Is my point. So I don't know, and she's a character that like is what made me appreciate that concept of characters that aren't just I stay on field for 12 to 15 seconds, right? After setting up, I set up my buffers and I stay on field for 12 seconds, right? She's the one that made me, she realized there's more options and dynamicness for how teams can play in Genshin. She's one of the key units that made me feel that way. So, I like her. Diluc and Keqing doing an A tier. I mean, look, you could argue they're worse. Like I said, these tiers are wishy-washy themselves. You can easily argue for individual placements one way or the other. I skewed Keqing towards A because I think she's fun enough to deserve A. Diluc, I think, actually deserves A. I think he has grown to be pretty strong. But anyways, Toki. Huh. For providing at minimum a decent method of like low investment opportunity for dealing a bunch of damage without having to think about it much, I think she deserves S. I do think they're not I don't think just doing Kuki Hyper Bloom is that interesting though. Like I don't think many players, if they're gonna actually stick to like enjoying Genshin's combat long term, are gonna stick to Kuki Hyper Bloom that long, especially with how like they're gonna struggle more to keep up with the current Abyss formats, like without having some other form of high investment. Like I don't even think Nahida Kuki how much DPS does Nahida Kuki Singcho Hyper Bloom do with a flex slot of whatever, right? Like, and that's the spice you can make of Hyper Bloom is like, who do you put in that last slot to increase the damage further? But like, it's nowhere. It doesn't feel anywhere near as strong as it did because of the fact that Abyss cycles have become harder, right? But it's still an option for like many players to do a compelling enough amount of damage. And like one of the things that was funny was like how good Hyper Bloom Kaniche teams felt. I was just like, oh, this character has incentivization to be built with like Pyro, but then you can just not use Pyro with them and just do like Bloom and use Kaniche as an on-field dendro, and it feels pretty good. So like Hyper Bloom is still a relevant contribution of damage to build around, is my point. And so it's not, I don't think like Kuki on her own is like magically going to get you like a really good team in the standard of endgame currently for Genshin, but it's still like enough damage contribution that it's compelling. And like for the average player in particular, who isn't probably going to stress that much about 36 starring Abyss if they don't really enjoy Genshin's combat, I don't know, I think she's still really good. So yeah, if Albedo's that low, I think Chiori is D. I think Chiori belongs in the same category as Albedo. Well, I don't know. The Chiori versus Albedo context makes me... I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to place Chiori. Sorry, you're making me get ahead of myself. So yeah, I think Kuki is fine there. Anyways. Hazo. I do want to invest in Hazo a bit more, particularly to compare him to... to compare him to Lanyan DPSing. I think I will still enjoy Lanyan DPSing more. But he does have like quick swap DPSing potential that I talked about with Dia. Like maybe there's potential to do Dia and Hazo together, right? I haven't messed with it before. I don't think he's S. I don't think he's insanely strong. I think he's a usable but requires dedication. Like he's an Animo DPS. He has the same potential problems that like Xiao has, with some interesting nuance to his kit. So you know, I think he's solidly in the B tier of usable but requires some dedication. Tignari. I haven't played with Tignari much lately, so I actually don't know how well he's scaled in these current Abysses. I played a lot of Tignari Yai combo. I think he is still strong enough though to probably be pretty properly in the A tier. And again, another unit that in the category of like, yeah, the short field time unit that's maybe really enjoy like more quick swappy teams with DPSs that do their damage in a shorter window. So yeah, A tier. I don't know where in A tier. Like, I don't think he's as good as Yelan. But yeah, it's a low-ish A tier. I don't get too stressed about the specific placement or whatever, but yeah. Anyways. Great constellations, yeah. Kale. Although for what it's worth, I definitely underrated. Kale was one of my biggest mistakes that I do admit to in my C0 4-star tier list video. She has niche utility. Their front-loaded dendro application and whatever. She is a relatively underrated unit that I don't really want to play. So I think she deserves C tier. I think usable with asterisks. Ask for melting the Papilla Shield. Oh, that's true. Man, it depends on it. I think like Kale's relevance for Papilla Shields. I didn't even think about that. Kale's relevance for the Papilla Shields, I think, is dependent on how often they give us Papillas in Abyss after Natlan is done. Right. I'll put her high C tier. Kale plus burning is insta-kill. Okay, maybe lower C tier. No, we'll just keep it. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. C tier. I think usable with asterisk is a fair assessment of Kale. All right, Dory. I think Dory is also very usable with a bunch of asterisks. Yeah, I don't know. She has. I mentioned her weird reaction. So again, her skill. So she does her weird energy refunding thing. And with C6, like, she's an interesting unit in the context of Frina. And she has interesting reaction shenanigan teams where, because she self-applies Electro tier unit, you know, you can do like Bennett C6 combo. And when you use, this is like, instead of like Razor, where you're applying Pyro and Electro at the same time, doing, you know, overloads with your attacks, instead it's overloads are triggering on your character as you swap. So you can keep on swapping out and trigger overloads a bunch. It's a really weird thing you can do. And there's potentially extra synergy with that with other units that also apply other elements, right? You can do, like, Gene applying Animo means you could, you know, swap to do Electro Swirls, which is weird. If it would be much more relevant, like the Gene combo would be much more relevant if VV worked off field, right? Being able to, like, keep up Electro Swirls by just, like, having Dory up would be interesting. Dory and Gene Burst, but that is not how it works. VV does not function off field. It doesn't trigger off field. So yeah, I think usable with a bunch of asterisks in that, like, weird reaction teams. I mean, you could argue, I guess, B for that context, like, requires dedication in those reaction teams, but I don't know. I think usable with asterisks is fine. Is this all free-to-play investment? What does free-to-play mean? Like, free-to-play, if you've been playing for 2 weeks, is very different from free-to-play if you played since day one, right? You played free-to-play since day one, there's a very good chance you have, like, a very large amount of 5 stars, and whatever. Like, it depends on the decisions you made, depends on how long you've been playing, depends on how dedicated you are, because if you're free-to-play and you play daily, that's very, very different if you're free-to-play and you play once a week, right? So, yeah. I'm not factoring in 5-star constellations to the ranking, generally speaking, other than like standard 5-star. Like I was using Dia constellations to factor her ranking for me, but that's also my ranking. This is the wishy-washy my tier, where they're my S's, but probably not S's to most people. Anyways, so I'm assuming C0 limited 5 stars, and I'm assuming you have the ability to get C6 of the 4 stars. But yes, it doesn't mean you have C6 of the 4 star, and that can change things. But anyways, Sino. I think he's solid B. I don't think he's that insane of a character. I think he requires dedication to some specific characters that are desirable with him for his long field time requirement. And I also think he kind of requires a pretty invested Thundering Fury build to feel pretty good. Sino with Emily, I think is really, really fun and enjoyable. But I think that's, again, that's an Emily strength, not necessarily a Sino strength. So yeah, I think Sino is a solid B character. Eon-san, yeah, should be interesting for Sino. But I think Eon-san, or Sino will probably want C6 Eon-san. But on polearms only, Eon-san, regardless of C6, should be very good for Sino. Kendaka, Candace. I obviously really, really like Candace. Realistically, she's like C tier, right? Where like niche utility. Mualani, C1 Candace with Mualani is a good synergy. Candace C6 with Arlecchino is a good synergy, like quite fairly meta. Like Candace C6 versus Yelan for Arlecchino is very similar. In my testing. So yeah. But well, okay, I don't know. I don't really do that much with Candace on my main account. I really like her, and I have a heavy bias for her because of polearms only, and how, like, man, polearms only would be suffering, and like, there's probably many abyss cycles that I would not have been able to clear if Candace did not exist. Like, I actually think just having her exist in polearms only, and like, she has, like, her hydro application is better than people give it credit for, because you can do front-loaded hydro, like, even without C6, right? What you can do is you swap 3 times, you can get burst activation, so skill, burst activation, swap 3 times is 5 units of hydro application in a very short time frame. But functionally, it's more than that usually. So as far as like shield shredding goes, it's more than that usually, because if you have melee units, you can do her hydro infusion is additional hydro application. So like her actual hydro application is much better than people think when you actually try to use it. But it's not something that's usually that relevant because Xingqiu exists, right? And but it has been, like, I think I have actively demonstrated it in the past as being like better than Xingqiu in like situations. If you manage to group 2 pyro mages that are together and you need AoE hydro, you can do AoE hydro rather than single hydro with Xingqiu to both pyro shields at the same time. That's pretty good. Or circumstances like the pyro dragon, the Kuga sword thing that was in Abyss a couple months ago. Her front-loaded hydro application could get that thing knocked down pretty fast. She's one of the better ones at it. It just potentially took some retries because it needed to land where you were standing. So like, I don't know. You know what? I think I'm gonna put her in my wishy-washy tier because there's situational weird context for her that makes her wishy-washy. There's situational meta use for her. Candace C6 with Arlecchino, Mualani synergy. Although C6 interfering with Mualani synergy is awkward for sure. Please, Mihoyo, let us toggle constellations. And then the fact that I just have personal enjoyment of her for infusion stuff, and the fact that you can main DPS her with her infusion, although like being split scaling for main DPSing is awkward. And the fact that she has been so awesome for polearms only. It's my wishy-washy S tier. She gets there. Here we go. All right. Plus D is there. Put them together. That wasn't the lesbian tier was not on purpose, but maybe that's my preferences in this game, I guess. accidental lesbian ban. Oops. It's fine. I'm fine with that. All right, I accept this label. Anyways, Nilou. Weird character. I think she's B. I think she also struggles. Like, if you want her to feel compelling, you basically need Nahida with her. And I think you kind of also want Ki. Like, I think wanting Nilou to be usable in her normal format requires dedication. If you want to do Vaporize Nilou, that also requires a lot of dedication. So like, she's fun. I've been enjoying her a lot lately with can't configure party while sitting my butt down. Where's this team? Yeah, this team. I like this a lot lately. It's quite fun. I don't need to demonstrate it right now. Maybe I will later, but no, probably not. I'm already at 3 hours. No. So yeah, like, this is how I've been playing Nilou lately. I don't really do Nilou Bloom stuff anymore, but just the fun of being able to do this and get pretty big vaporizes, and if I don't get vaporizes, then she applies Hydro that enables Moika to get a big off-field damage, either off-field Vaporize or off-field Melt, because of Sitlali Cryo application. This is a very fun team. It interfaces in a fun way, but it also, I acknowledge, it would be a much weaker team if I did not have the constellations on some of my characters. So, like, it's not a team I can strongly recommend to people. I'm just saying it as, like, it's a way I've been able to enjoy Nilou with dedication. Dedication being high investment in some form or another. And I don't think all the things are equally relevant in that team that I have on my Nilou, but my personal enjoyment, yeah, it would maybe put her at A for this current team, but like that's only even like a very recent thing. And I'm probably not going to play it crazily much long term, but I don't know. I've left Nilou on this build, so I'll be able to use her without having to switch a bunch of artifacts around. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think B tier because of the investment required for making her normal teams make sense, or if you want to do more meme or high investment things like Vaporize Nilou. So yeah, that's where I put her. Nahida, I think she's still an S tier actually. It's just as much as the thing I dislike about Nahida is the fact that it feels like her existence makes miHoYo not want to release other compelling dendro off-fielders, like for just dendro application. We did get Emily though, and since Emily has released, I have used Nahida a lot less, because I generally would prefer doing some kind of shenanigans with Emily and Pyro together. Yai Miko Wishy-Washy. Wishy-Washy is my S tier, where I think they're S tier for me, but there's heavy personal biases or my weird builds on Raiden influence things. Yeah, so I don't know. Nahida, like, yeah, for many people she could be more of an A, because of how Abyss has been against Dendro, particularly with how like multi-way, like this Abyss with like the second chamber first half Nahida. Ugh. Try to play Nahida and Sino together in this, like the second half of. I haven't done that, but I can know it would not be fun. And try to do Nahida and Sino together, the second chamber first half floor with all the hilly trails. Like so like I can see why a lot of people just won't touch her anymore because of how they've been designing Abysses lately. But at the same time, Dendro's still like potentially a really powerful way, and Nahida's damage contribution when you have Electra with her is high enough that it can, like, she can be a notable component for helping you clear. And as I said before, I think the meta of Genshin, in my opinion, is not making the strongest teams possible. It's what are your options for getting you to the threshold, right? And then from there, it's just whatever you want to have fun with, in my opinion. And I think Nahida is a relevant one still. But okay, you know, this would be controversial. I was bringing up Emily replacing my situations I'd use Nahida in. As a higher investment player, my personal ranking would be maybe Nahida A rank and Emily S. The problem is I don't think most people agree that Emily is that good, but I do think Emily is that good. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave Nahida there, and Emily's going to be in my wishy-washy tier. But I could definitely see plenty of arguments, and like how little I use Nahida lately. And particularly like I tend to not like using Nahida because I have C2, because I'm weird. And I don't like that C2 makes it really hard to compare things. I would really, really prefer to be able to disable Nahida C2. Because it just does too much in some contexts where I would think of using Nahida for me to properly compare things. One context I can tell you is like I went and compared in the first chamber of this Abyss 3 different Chlorinde teams. I compared Chlorinde to Aggravate with Nahida, Shalonen, Official, Chlorinde together. And that was with C2 Nahida with 30% Def Shred. And then I went and used the Emily team. So Emily, Moika, Chlorinde, and I think Shalonen again is who I used. Although I'll consider using Eonson in the future in that team. And then I also used Overload. So Chlorine's like best team right now is Overload Muika, with Chevrus C6, which I do have, and then Fischl. And the one that performed the worst in the first chamber of this Abyss with like the multi-wave enemies, so like there's nuance to it, and that's part of the problem. But in the first chamber of this Abyss with C2 Nahida, it was the worst of the three. So like, I don't know. It is my tier list. And like without C2 Nahida, right? Like how much worse would that have been without C2 Nahida? I don't have that good of a Nahida build, to be clear. And part of the reason I have never cared to try to get Nahida to have a really good build is because I have C2. Like it increases her personal damage enough that it's been fine. Like I have a good enough ability to do damage. She was that bad? I wouldn't say that bad. It's a side effect probably of, again, my Nahida build. And like, I don't know. So like, maybe it feels like for her to be S tier now, you have to invest in her. Whereas like in the past, you basically just slap her on full like EM with barely any crit. Like crit is nice on her, but like you could slap her on a bunch of EM and like she's easy to build and still was really good. Maybe now it kind of feels like you have to have good investment on her for her to be compelling. Radish is A tier, but S tier at C2. Yeah. You know what? Screw it. It's my tier list. I have used Nahida a lot less lately, and we could say this is a side effect of power creep. I think it's also a side effect of just my preferences changing towards like enjoying other units more, like Emily and whatever. But yeah, even with C2 Nahida, I think I'll put her in A. But realistically, I think there's strong arguments, but put her in S still. Layla. I think she's C. I think she's a solid C. Usable shielder. Lanyan, I think, really reduces a lot of reasons to ever consider using Layla. Personally. I know, like, she's got really fun theming with her sleepy demon possession thing. I don't like shielders that much. And, like, be like, oh, double cryo with Silali. Well, except, like, the main thing she provides is a shield, and Silali already does shielding, so, like, what does she provide for double cryos with Ollie other than shielding? Well, more application, but like, her application, like, I don't know. Yeah, I think Lanyan killed Layla, actually, I'm sorry. But she's still usable. It's like, not garbage. And she also suffers from the fact that there's no HP sword in the game, because like, oh, God forbid Layla have an HP sword that isn't a gotcha sword. No, let's release another, no, not another. Let's release a death percent sword in Natlan instead. That's needed. Yeah. So, I don't know. Like, she's not bad. She's usable as a support character. She has a tanky enough shield. Put her on tenacity. Put her on Fav. Energy generation. Fav. You know. She'll work. But I suspect the context where she makes sense are fewer and fewer, and it will only shrink over time. And I think Lanyan might have been the true nail in the coffin. Oh, is Wanderer. I think he's bottom of a B. I think he's a substantially worse character than Chao. My friend Binge, I don't have Wanderer, but after I made my Lanyan DPS video, so I used Farina, Bennett, Farazan C6, Lanyan DPS build with a C1 Lanyan. And in that video, and with the clears I was getting, I could get down to like about 50-second clears. And my friend Binge said that it was funny that his Wanderer build with C6 Farazan, right, with a C2 Farina like I had, good builds, like similar situation, Wanderer was getting like similar or worse clears. There's weird nuance to why that is. And this was in the previous Abyss cycle with the context we were comparing is specifically the hamster, which is part of the context, to be clear. I'm not saying Lanyan DPS is better than Wanderer always, but like the very fact that she can compete tells you, like, I don't think he's that relevant. And I think he has really annoying problems in getting like whacked out of the air. For anyone who likes his playstyle, why not get Chaska instead now? Who has a more interesting kit, more interesting team options. Not saying like just a perfectly designed character, but like I think she's a better designed version of the concept of float in air and do things. Maybe a little bit more boring because there's less active input with Chaska, to be clear. But I don't know. Yeah, he has overworld value, but then all the Natlan characters and all the so many more characters having overworld relevant abilities reduces the relevance of his overworld utility. So like, does Chaska step on you though? I mean, yes. Look, if there's an alternate reality where I am someone who likes to be stepped on, and he could be wishy-washy. Okay, but like, no, I don't. So, yeah, I don't know. I can get personal enjoyment for Wanderer for whatever reason. I think his characterization is quite good. He's one of the more interesting characters storyline-wise in the game. But my enjoyment of his kit is quite low, and I think he has not grown in the way that Xiao has, because like he just has less compelling options for team building than Xiao. So yeah. Why do you like Candace so much? I talked about it a little bit ago. Farazan. All right. Here's a character that's a big ol' asterisk of C6. With C6, she might have to be in wishy-washy tier because of her C6, honestly. With C6, if you want to do Animo DPSing things, including Farazan DPS herself, I think she's S tier. If you don't care about Animo DPSing things, then she's just kind of A or B. Because why do you care about Farazan C6 if you're not going to Animo DPS in some form, right? But even then, I think she's still good because she's a compelling damage dealer if you build her for it. A surprisingly low number of people just don't bother building her for damage. You can see my recent videos for how much damage she can deal. But yeah, she becomes a different character at C6, and that's like lame design, to say the least. So I don't know, do I put her in wishy-washy because she's an S tier at C6? I don't want to put her in S tier because of the fact that her C6 is basically required, and she doesn't rerun on a banner enough that, like, it's a crapshoot on whether an individual account has a Farazan C6, right? So any character that holds up an entire archetype is S. That's fair, yeah. She does kind of hold up the entire archetype. You know what? Fine. I'm going to put her in S. I'm going to put her in S. Just big asterisk. You know, wait, can I? Here. I have a solution. I have a solution. She is maybe the one character I'm going to do this with. Copy this. This is just going to be very, very lazy. Go into my photo editor real quick. If my mouse can appear. Why is my mouse invisible? Windows, why do you do this? Yeah. There we go. Okay. Blap. Alright. And where's my paintbrush? There we go. Let's put a big ol' C6 on her forehead. Why is that transparent? 6. That is ugly. Drawing with my mouse is hard. You can't see what I'm doing because I didn't switch my window. It's fine. I thought this would take not that much time. I want to make this look better. There we go. That looks fine. Actually, doesn't. You can barely see that. Okay. Ugh. Okay, this is gonna take longer than I thought. Let me here. Paint, blam. Why is it? What? There we go. Okay. That is a little bit big. C6. That's not the correct color. There we go. Bam. Save. Let's see. Put it in this folder. Blam. All right. And go back to my other thing. This is what Mahoya was done to us. Blap. Oop, that is not the right thing. Blap. There we go. This is what Mahoya was done to us. We have to modify our tier list to specify this garbage. Alright. Alright. Farah's on C6, and then we'll let Farah's on here. She gets to be usable with a whole bunch of asterisks with not C6. There we go. I think that's fair. But you know what? I'm not... Kujo Sara C6 is also good in that regard? No, I disagree. I think she only... the only reason Goro and Sara get to be in D is because of their C6. I don't think these characters exist without C6. Farazan, I think, actually has some niche utility. Like, I think Farazan non-C6 with DPS Lanyan could actually work pretty well because DPS Lanyan does not require that much field time. So you can spend the extra field time getting energy particles on Farazan, which means Farazan is very buildable with non-C6 in a DPS Lanyan team. I actually might try doing DPS Lanyan eventually on my formerly weapons only account without a C6 Farazan, and see how it works. So I think the very fact that I can think of that possibility means Farazan does theoretically deserve higher than bad at non-C6. But I'm going to just remove her, honestly, from this to keep things simple. Because I don't want to muddy things. Because then people will be like, why is Farazan here twice if Sora's not in here twice? I just don't want it. But I'm going to mention it. Alright, Al-Haytham. I think it's pretty good. I don't know. I think he's still in the good, usable category. I was Dendro Traveler and Nahid in the same tier. Because Nahid has fallen off a little bit, and I don't use her that much anymore. I skewed her down because of the fact that I don't use her that much anymore. I do think there's strong arguments for her C6. Go freaking rewind if you want to see my argument for Nahida. Anyways. Yeah, Al-Haytham I think is pretty good. He's probably better than Tignari, to be clear, for most people. I like Tignari more than him. But here, just to appease the people that would be like, Al-Haytham needs to be above Tignari. Here, I'll put him one above Tignari. You know, I'll do you a solid. I'll put him above Diluc. There you go. All right, Yao Yao. So like, I don't use her much because I have Baiju. I think if I didn't have Baiju, I'd probably try to do much more. I would have leveled her more, and I would use her with Farina a lot more. I don't know. I didn't. Do I want to put a healer in S tier because of Farina's existence? I don't know. I don't know if I want to put a healer in S tier because of Farina's existence. That feels weird. Really surprised you put Shenhe that low? Yeah, I talked about it. I like Shenhe, but I don't think she deserves that high. If so, Jean would go higher. Yeah, that's my feeling too. I don't know. I think just Farina synergy and being Dendro puts her at A, which also means Baiju is probably A, and I think that's fine. All right, Mika. Speaking of Farina synergy, I think we can put him in a high C tier for being a compelling Farina teammate, or you know, other weird niche physical damage utility. I don't think he's bad. I don't like him. I wish they had done something else with a niche physical buffer. But I also think he's a valuable character to someone that would be starting new if you end up getting him new. But I feel like he'd be, man, like, I still feel like he would be such a more compelling character to give. Like, imagine if he was free after you completed the Mondstadt Archon quest instead of Barbara. right? Imagine how much better that'd be. Mika S tier from Sylveon. Sylveon, I'll let your donation solidly convince me that I'll leave him in C tier. Because I think many people would maybe say he should be D, but I don't think he actually deserves D. So, yeah. He is what Goro wishes, good healing and not restriction on teams. Yeah. Baiju. Side grade to Yaoyao. Situational upgrade, situational downgrade. I mean, because of Freena's existence, I would say more often than not he's an upgrade over Yaoyao. But his burst animation time and energy requirements are annoying. His build requirements are annoying. Not that hard to be clear, because like Prototype Amber exists, but like annoying. I like him more than Zhongli personally, so you know what? I'm gonna put him. I use Baiju more than Nahida, so he gets to squat with Nahida, okay? Oh boy. Kaveh is a bad character. Like, let's be real. I want to acknowledge this. Kaveh is a very bad character. He's either D or F. But when he works, the visual appeal of like a Kaveh Shatterbloom team is so good. It's so good. Lesbian tier confirmed. So I'm probably gonna do another Kaveh Superconduct video or Kaveh Shatterbloom video with Sitlali now in this current Abyss, because it's an Abyss that actually works for Shatterbloom properly, and then Sitlali was a pretty big upgrade for Kaveh Shatterbloom. So yeah. Yep, there we go. He's in wishy-washy tier. I want to acknowledge, as far as the wishy-washy tier of my S tier goes, he is the worst one there. He is the worst one there, by far. He is proper D or F tier, but he's my wishy-washy boy. And I like the Shatbloom too much. So yeah, like you know that I like the reason I can when I do my videos, right? Usually I end up not leaving the characters when I do like, how good is this character, and insert whatever silly idea. And I usually end up not leaving them on those builds. Kaveh has been left on my Gilded Dreams artifacts, equipped, so when I want to use him, I can use him, because I enjoy it. Like, I do like it. He's bad, but he's the right amount of bad for me. And Shatter being buffed made him better enough that I am like happy to place him in my wishy-washy S tier. I think Kirara's an A. I do think Lanyan has replaced some of the context for Kirara being useful too, because I think there's compelling reasons to do like, I don't know, Dendro Traveler as your Dendro in a team if you want Dendro in a team, and then use Lanyan instead of Kirara as far as shielders go, for what it's worth. But I don't think that invalidates Kirara's own kit necessarily. It just makes the context where you actually consider using her lower, less common. And like her fun big burst damage playstyle, like I don't know, I still really enjoy DPS Kirara. I haven't played it a lot in a while, so for what it's worth, comparing to Kaveh, I don't have equipment just equipped to her permanently. It's not that hard for me to equip her, but the problem with her is mostly in that, like, depending on what I want to do with DPS Kirara, she has a very different build. Like I have literally like 3 different build paths I can go towards, like that I've made for videos too. So like. Anyways, I think she's a good character, but with acknowledgement that, you know, I don't know, and she has more utility with C4, because C4 with normal attacks, or is it normal attacks and charge attacks? I don't know. It has a coordinated attack that applies Dendro, which can help you keep up Quicken off field, notably, which is good. That like it can be the difference maker to her being usable in a team as solo Dendro or not, depending on how the team functions and how flexible you are to like swap to her. So I don't know. I think you could make an argument for B tier for sure. I like her enough. It's my tier list. I'm gonna put her in A tier. Linny. Kirara Chlorine slaps? Yeah. Kirara Chlorine is probably a context where, like, yeah, that's a weird one where, like, do you do Kirara Chlorine or you try to do Lanyan Chlorine? I think generally speaking, you can't really swirl Electro very often easily. So assuming you have C4 Kirara in particular, I think, yeah, you do Kirara Chlorine. Like Chlorine with Calamity of Eshu Kirara instead of that, yeah, so, yeah. I think Linny is a solid B. He's a strong character. Strong-ish. I think he's kind of, I don't know. If they're going to make him again today, he'd probably be stronger, obviously. But hard to play, yeah. Requires potentially desirable units. I mean, as many characters, most characters, that's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah, requires dedication. I don't know what else there is to say. I think he's a solid B. He can belong in the high B tier. Lynette. She's a free animo unit. VV good. Suffers from other animals existing, mostly. Right? Suffers from sucrose existing in particular. She doesn't require dedication. So, you know, I'm going to put her in C tier because, like, very usable with the asterisk of, like, you know, well, she's a free animo. You probably use her over Animo Traveler, but, like, what do you have sucrose? If yes, use sucrose. If no, okay, Lynette, good. And her ult is good. Yes, her ult, the way her ult works is probably easier to use better than sucrose. As far as, like, off-field application utility, which, again, I think gives her niche enough utility to properly put her in, like, the usable tier, where I'm not going to call her bad or particularly good or particularly bad, but yeah. Fremenes. Eula. I mean, yeah, I think he gets placed with Eula. I don't know, he has weirdness with his, like, normal attack multiplier constellation, giving him, like, 500% plunge multiplier or something, right? I think he gets placed with Eula. I placed Eula in Z because of having a fun kit around physical damage. And I think Fremine is a similar concept, a fun, weird kit around physical damage. Not good. Usable in situations. And, yeah. Yeah, it is kind of the characters I wish were good tier. This is the tier of, like, let's change these character kits slightly, and suddenly they are much more interesting. Like, Lynette, just give her a charge attack bonus, right? What if Lynette had 30% charge attack damage bonus? And suddenly, oh, now we, like, do Linny synergy, right? Anyways, I actually kind of think Fremine is a better character than Eula, to be honest. So I'm going to rank him above Eula. But they can squat together because they're both physical. Anyways. Risley. A tier. Yeah. I think Risley is a usable unit. Probably pushes you towards wanting, like many characters right now, wanting the likes of Shalonen or... I can't keep it. Okay, well, it's fine. It's fine. Look, he's a good character. I don't enjoy playing him. I got bored of him quite fast, but obviously he's a good character. And Laser Beam Fun Burr, I enjoyed him a lot for the time I enjoyed him. Even if I don't play him anymore. I do think some people overrate him slightly, funnily enough. Because of the fact that a lot of like during his original release, in particular, I think people overrated him more. He was a more balanced character on original release, but then as they've released more buffing options, he's just gotten stronger and stronger, right? So he's scaled well, and he was obviously very good on release, but there was a lot of, like, people that were not realizing on release how much of a difference his C1 could make to how much damage he gets in particular teams or not. So, anyways, Risley, I think, is, yeah, solidly in A tier. Yeah, his C1 is a weird problem. So, yeah, you can get glued with Hu Tao with, like, C1 not necessary, but weird and kind of desirable, right? For different contexts. It's not the same thing, obviously, but anyways, I think Risley is solidly in the usable tier nowadays with Shalonen's existence, at least. Without Shalonen in particular, I think he's a lot more rough to use. Mawika, I think, is also a nice to have. Support Mawika. But I don't think you need support Mawika. I think, Risley, Bennett, Shalonen, Xiangling probably works pretty fine. And there's some other weird contexts where you could throw in Hydro in the team, of course. I don't know. He works in most of the contexts you can imagine a single target cryo DPS working in. I personally kind of like him, like the idea of playing Ganyu more than Risley. But I think many people would prefer Risley over Ganyu, which is a personal preference thing. So, anyways. Hello. I mean, do I need do I need to explain Farina? Universal damage buffing. Making it so healers in conjunction with her are damage buffing. Off-field Hydra without requiring normal attacks. Yep. Make sure you build enough energy on her. The amount of people I haven't seen build enough energy on Farina and just think that pressing E is fine on her is crazy. But yeah. Yep. Anyways. Charlotte. Mika, the very fact that Mika is probably for most players a better healer for Farina than Charlotte is crazy. When Charlotte released as the generic, here, have a healer for Farina. Ugh, you can have something that synergizes with this 5-star character released for free. And then they just didn't rerun Charlotte at all since then. Supposedly she's rerunning on Risley's banner, but we won't know for a few days. It pains me because I really like Charlotte's animations. Her photography gimmick is really good. And if you need a team-wide healer and you don't have many options, you don't have Jean, you don't have Mika. Mika is easier to build than Charlotte. And just Charlotte with constellations, I think is similar, maybe asterisks better than Mika. But and she has a niche utility for her front-loaded cryo, but it's not really that relevant. It's not that relevant. TTDS exists, yeah, that's true. But have you tried building a Charlotte on TTDS? Her energy needs. Good luck. I don't know. It's not like 0 people have C6 or constellations on Charlotte because of the fact that she ran with Farina originally, if you wished a bunch for Farina and got C4 to C6. TTDS, and they really went out of their way to make it hard to use TTDS on this character. So I think she's in the bad category. I'm sorry. I like Charlotte. I like her character. I like the animations a lot. I'm gonna probably do a DPI Charlotte video again soon. Maybe I'll enjoy it enough that I'll play her a bunch, but I suspect not. I'll put her in upper F tier, or upper D tier, because the animations are fun enough. But I don't know. Even calling her usable is probably generous. In the context of all the characters in the game, right? This is not the same as the tier list I made, where is how functional is this character at C0? She is functional at C0, just not great. Right. Navia. I know some people are going to want S. I do really like that she is a flexible DPS as far as on-fielding, quick swap DPS or on-fielding a little bit longer. I really, really like how they design Navia. Navia has her interesting nuance. She is the revitalization of oh, Mihayo can design interesting Geo units that interface with not just other Geo units. Crazy. I think she belongs in high A tier, quite frankly. I don't think she's that insane. And I think she's kind of annoying to build. So, yeah. I think she's good and has strong team options, and she's gotten more strong team options as time has gone on. That's good. So, high A tier. There you go. We don't need to have a whole C6 versus non-C6 Chevres. Yeah, I played with non-C6 Chevres for 8 months. And then I got her C6. And I was like, wow, C6 does indeed, it's an improvement. But back to the whole conversation of what is necessary to clear Abyss, right? What is necessary to reach that threshold of clearing? I basically don't think C6 is ever... I shouldn't say ever. It depends on the investment of your builds and whatever and what you're using. Obviously, if you're doing like a Dia Shevers team with a not ideal... Like Dia will probably appreciate C6 Shevers for helping you reach the threshold to clear Abyss. But like... I think a lot of people overrate the damage bonus from Shevers C6 as like the perspective of how necessary it is. On the context of like spreadsheet impacting, with like Shevers C6 can very well be the difference in a Shevers team being a Electro or Pyro DPS's best teams, or among their best teams, right? But in the context of how much DPS you need to clear the game's content, I don't think most people are going to care. I don't think if you actually directly compared non-C6 versus E6 Shevers, you would notice that much difference from the damage bonus value. You might notice the difference from the team-wide heal, because it is definitely noticeable. Like, I like to play non-Bennett Shevers teams a lot, and I definitely noticed when I like did Arlecchino, Fischl, Yai Shevers, having C6 Shevers on top of the damage bonus, what was notable was the team-wide heal made it so like, oh, if I accidentally took damage from my Fischl, like that team-wide heal would help my Fischl stay alive significantly. Like I basically die never with C6 Shevers, whereas I would die occasionally because of mistakes with non-C6 Shevers. So unironically, I still think the heal is in many ways more valuable on C6 Shevers than the damage bonus, but it depends on the team you're playing, and depends how much you care about spreadsheet impacting. Regardless of that, I'm saying that because I don't think she requires C6 to be an S tier. She enables a whole arse team archetype for Electro and Pyro DPS units. That is just quite good. Like, a whole archetype. It has been insane how every single Abyss cycle has been like, alright, a Shevers team is usable here. Like, even when they've had, like, oh, Pyro Shields, or, like, they have Pyro Shields, well, guess what? Fischl existing can help you deal with Pyro Shields pretty easily. Oh, they do Electro Shields? Well, guess what? Pyro can get through Electro Shields. They do Pyro-resistant enemies? Well, guess what? You can do an Electro DPS-focused team with Shevers. Like, it's really funny how adaptable a fully Electro and... Like, she locks you to full Electro and Pyro, but you can adapt to, like, anything. Every single situation. It's nonsense. This character is ridiculous. I actually think she's... Personally, I think she's the best 4-star character they have released in the game since release. And yes, they've released some pretty good 4-stars lately. Yes, I know Bennett 2 is coming out. Bennett 2 is going to be impactful, but I think Shevers enabling a whole archetype of her own is more significant than Bennett 2, personally. And yes, I love Lanyan. I like Gaming, whatever, but like, it's a different context. So anyways, the biggest asterisk on Shevers is how much value you feel like you're going to get from Shevers is significantly dependent on what options you have for off-field electro. Because the format of Shevers teams is, okay, are you doing something with an on-field Pyro DPS? Well, then you want some off-field Electro. Okay? Are you doing something with an on-field Electro DPS? Okay, well, you want some off-field Pyro. So what your options are and how invested your builds are for said off-field Electros and off-field Pyros will significantly change your experience and how compelling Shevers teams feel to play. If you're someone who feels like you really need the, like, to put shielders into a team, like you feel the need to put Toma or Beto into a team for Shevers because you want that interruption resistance, I think you will feel that Shevers teams are much weaker because you're not using a damage dealer in favor of a defensive unit. So, yeah. Also, the fact that there can be 2 Bennetts on a Shevers team in the future is a bit stupid. Shevers is only just growing more and more relevant to an almost problematic degree, maybe. It kind of seems like it's kind of weird to me that Varess's best team is probably a Shevers team, but I don't know how they avoid that problem without like rebalancing how some reactions work. So, S tier full of 4 stars, indeed it is. And 4 stars are paying to acquire. So anyways, Shevers is a very functional character at C0, enables a whole archetype. She gains value with Constellation 6, obviously, and some other constellations like for extra Pyro application. In particular, like how much of a good shield breaker Shevers is herself is kind of crazy. She can knock down the flying Ruin Drake with her hold skill. It's a little bit tricksy to do that because of its targeting, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think C6 Shivers I think Shivers, regardless of C6, incredibly good character. There's my Shivers, yep. Shun Yun, I think she's an A tier. Place her, you know what? I'm gonna put her high in A tier. I think the fact that she's a plunge, okay. I'm tempted to put her in my S tier, but I think I'll leave her in A tier. I don't do plunge teams that often. But the fact that she is a unique enabler of, like, I don't know, if you like messing around just doing different things in the game, the fact that she enables every single unit in the game to be a plunge DPS, not everyone equivalently as good, right? Obviously, I do not recommend bow plunge DPSing. It's probably not going to be particularly good. But at the same time, is Goro plunge DPS better than other Goro DPSing? Well, probably yes, unless you're insane and you do like shotgun Goro, but that's like no. So, anyways, she enables a whole archetype of her own, and maybe that justifies her being an S tier in some way. I don't think she's so crazily relevant that she deserves S. Like, I don't know. You definitely want her if you're a Xiao main, I think. Still, if other than that, it's just like, okay, she's a compelling healer to pair with Farina, and she enables a cool archetype, right? I really like, lately, the main plunge team I've been playing is Yai, Oron, Cloud Retainer, Farina, right? And it's pretty good. And Eon's by the way, instead of Oron, should just be better, obviously. So yeah, that's where that is. Gaming. I think St. Lolly's release makes him an S tier character. I'm not kidding. With C6, do I have to go Photoshop him too? I will admit to overrating Gaming slightly in my C0 4-star video. I still think he's a fairly functional 4-star character at C0, but he's a different character at C6. So, fine. We gotta do it again. We gotta do it again. But this time it's easier. So I can just use my old thing and just paste him in. Let's do C6. And non-C6. If you want my non-C6 ranking, let's do that quick. B, I think. B or C. Usable. Fire DPSing strong. I've not tried a non-C6 Gaming with Sitlolly. I'd be curious how that works. Maybe Sitlolly with Gaming is good enough that he actually is like A tier, even without C6. I'm not sure. Haven't tried it. Haven't actually seen anyone try it. All the footage I think I've seen from Gaming Sitlolly is C6 Gaming. So, yeah. Is C6 that good? It's a bunch of crit. And with his stat needs and whatnot, and the AoE increase, it's pretty good. It's a significant difference maker. So yeah, I think he's better than Diluc personally. You could argue that he's high A tier, but I don't know. I'm gonna place him in C6. Having finally leveled and played him, I'll make a video on him soon. I wish I had leveled him sooner. Is basically what it was. The reason I didn't level him in the first place, by the way, is because he released with Cloud Retainer. And for a long time after release, I was like, okay, why do I care about leveling the 4-star plunge DPS when I can just plunge DPS with any other character in the game? So for a long time, I was just like, why bother with this plunge DPS if I can plunge DPS anyone else? And that's what I did for a while. But then I managed to get a C6 over multiple banners and finally leveled him this patch. I waited too long to level him, but glad I did. So, anyways, he's better than Hu Tao. I think he is, yes. But let's change him to a C6 asterisk just to avoid that nuance. Paste. All right. No, don't save it as a. There we go. Save it as a JPEG. Blap. All right. Choose file. Oh, it has white borders. Oh, crap. I saved it as a JPEG instead of a... Ew. Ew. Oh, it's so ugly. No, I gotta save it as a PNG. Why did I save it as a JPEG? What's wrong with me? Don't bloop at me. All right. Blam. There we go. Seizes Gaming. Yeah, I think C0 Gaming or pre-Seizes Gaming is somewhere in this neighborhood. C4 matters a lot too. The energy refund. His energy needs are not low. Like I have 137 ER on him with like a Skyward Pride build, and that seems to be like basically bare minimum with C4. And so yeah, he's a big old depends a little bit, I think, but yeah, and his playstyle might not be to your preference, but his ability to be as strong as he is and have different team options even without Sitlolly, I think puts him as an S tier main DPS. One of the few I tend towards not putting main DPS units as S tier characters if it's not obvious, but I think he's one that could belong there. So yeah, although it's going to become a little bit more complicated as we get into some of the other ones here. So anyways, yeah, I'd say B tier probably for non-Seizes Gaming. Chiori, oh boy, the Chiori Albedo question. I mean, quite frankly, I think she's with Albedo, right? I think that's the simple story. Like, I know I think she's gotten much more usable than she was originally on release, because at minimum, everyone has a Geo Construct character that is compelling to pair with her in the form of Kachina. Because you can do Kachina, get 40% Geo damage bonus, and 40% damage bonus for whoever else because it's scroll set, and then it's a Geo Construct, so Kachina enables 2 dolls on Chiori. But then the weird thing is, like, if you get Shallonen obviously replaces basically every context. Kachina is relevant, but then Shallonen, Chiori, yeah, you gain the red shred and still like probably a net gain overall, but then you lose one of the dolls and it's kind of like, it's a feel bad, right? Like Chiori non-C1 with Shallonen is a feel bad. I don't know. So her C1 situation, because of Shallonen existing in particular, I think actually bumps her down, in my opinion. Or she's low B. I think she's better. I don't know. I kind of like intended to like rank Albedo higher here. That's what I'll do. I'm gonna rank Albedo at the top of C, and Chiori can be the bottom of B. There we go. That's my compromise. I think that makes sense. So they're basically right by each other for different weird reasons nowadays, because Albedo was Shatterbloom stuff that I like, or not Shatterbloom, just Shatter, and EM buff relevance, whatever. And Chiori is problems with C1, but more usable than she used to be. Having off-field damage that's just, simple is nice. She has Harbinger of Dawn available for like an accessible weapon option. I don't know. Arlecchino, I mean, yeah. Yep. I mean, yeah. She requires some investment, obviously, to scale, to start seeing really big damage numbers, but it's Arlecchino, one of the main DPSs that belongs up there. I don't know what else there's. I could, to be clear, I could talk about Arlecchino and what I like about her. I like that she does not have a timer-based infusion uptime. You're not punished for dodging, right? You don't just directly lose damage in the same way that you do from time-based infusions kind of thing, or conversions technically. But anyways, I like her burst functionality of on-demand healing. I like her balance of her strength for not healing in general. Like that balance is good, but then your burst gives you that modal heal, and I like her movement utility. The way that her auto-targeting snapping to enemies works is really enjoyable. Yeah, I don't know. Like, she just feels good to play, and she can be brain dead to play, but she can also have plenty of teams where it's not brain dead and you have to actually pay attention to what you're doing. Not complicated, but also not completely brain dead, but can also be brain dead if you want brain dead. Yeah. So, I don't know. I think she's just a really good character. Maybe you could say, it's a little bit unfortunate that she kind of just replaces the relevance of using Hu Tao or other Pyro DPSs. But you could also say that about Mawika to an extent. But anyways, God, where do I place Mawika? No, I don't want to think about it right now. Oops, I just clicked out of the window by accident. The Chlorind. Okay, so I skipped Chlorind originally because it was just she's Kaching Pro Max. But she has become, I think, much more than Kaching Pro Max as new characters have released. And like her Emily team synergy working as well as it did, I did not think it was going to work that well because I thought she was going to apply too much Electro too fast. I thought it was just going to break the balance. But instead it seems to be a perfect balance where Emily, Muika, Clorind seems to have the perfect balance of keeping up burning for Emily damage, Muika doing off-field damage, of course, and then Clorind keeping up quickens, aggravates. Like, it just works perfect. Yeah, she's Kaching Ultra, edition. So, I'm not like, it's recency bias because I only just got her. I want to be clear, but she's almost a character I'm enjoying playing more than Arlecchino a little bit lately, which is crazy. So I don't know, and I know like this is one thing that people made fun of like Jello Impact for, but her ability to like have good teams that also don't use Bennett, but she also can have teams that do use Bennett or attack buffers in general, and worth mentioning Eon Sun's existence. And I think Eon Sun will be a better unit for her than Bennett, of course, because circle impact and her movement things. But like, I don't know, she seems like just a really well balanced unit, like non-reliance on Frina, but has Frina synergy with her like getting extra healing. The extra healing bonus from Frina makes her heal more, such that she constantly overheal, so you can do like Clorind as your main healer for Farina, but like you don't have to use Farina with her. Like she has good non-Farina teams, and like I don't know, like she just seems like a really, really well-made character with different team options, and I think she's fun to play. But I did label the S tier as most of us agree that these are great characters. And I feel like a lot of people will not agree that she's a great character. So she probably belongs in A. But maybe the argument here means she's up here. And honestly, at the top of my wishy-washy tier. But there's a bit of recency bias here. We'll see how she holds up long-term for me. I kind of think she's at the recency bias means she's at the top of my wishy-washy tier. Why is it all Electro units? Electro units and units that synergize with Electro, and then Candace. Which, I mean, she does synergize with Electro somewhat, but anyways. Yep, there we go. I think that's my compromise. Realistically, most people probably should technically use solid A tier, strong character with good team options. But I'm going to put her in my S tier. Siegeween, oh boy. So, Siegeween is not an insanely good character, I want to emphasize. I also don't like her design. I don't tend to like these model of characters. It really annoys me that they gave us a Melusine that isn't a Melusine and instead looks like a child. Why? You. Her kit, though, is not as bad as people make it out to be. Like, think about if you want to do double... The simple argument I'll have for this, I'll try to keep it simple, is if you want a team-wide healer for Farina, a team-wide Hydro healer for Farina, okay, your options are Barbara, but Barbara doesn't generate any energy and doesn't buff Farina, unlike Siegeween, and then also, doesn't do any, like, damage, and she has her cooldown problems. Like... Yeah, like, no. She's way better than Barbara. And Kokomi, okay, Kokomi Farina can be great, but Kokomi to do team-wide healing requires on-fielding. And also, do you actually need the extra Hydro application from Kokomi? Because that's the main thing of value that Kokomi provides, other than her healing, and a little bit of damage from like Ocean Dew Clam, if that's what the build you're using on her. Or like Song of Days Pass is fine too. But like, do you actually need the extra Hydro application from Kokomi if you're doing Kokomi Farina together? In a lot of situations, no. Especially with the, like, to be clear, Kokomi is a good character. I'm just saying, like, for a supportive core that doesn't require field time, she is a unit that gives particles that can be funneled to Farina, reduces Farina ER needs much more than like freaking Barbara does. Like it's an actual real double Hydro Core, team-wide healer, simple, buffing, but ultimately she does struggle by the fact that other healers exist. Like, the only reason I have her is because someone pooped a bunch of Primogems on her, on her, pooped a bunch of Primogems on me to get her, and I got her, and I was like, wow, I thought this character was garbage, and then she's actually not that garbage, and I'm finding reasons to use her. Do I play her a ton? No. And with the Asterisk, the only build I use on her is a 4-piece MH build with triple HP. Triple HP, 4-piece MH, so she does some buffing, sacrifice a little bit of buffing potential by not doing like 2-piece HP, 2-piece HP, in exchange for higher damage potential, because if you're always pairing her with Farina, that means she can use 4-piece MH, right? And her burst, by the way, is a Nuvolette burst. And every team you put Siegeween Farina combo together is not necessarily going to be a team you every rotation want to use Siegeween burst. But if you're doing like a Siegeween burst every other rotation, or just using it like imagine the situations, right, where you have that enemy with like a last little bit of HP left, right? And you don't want to like restart the rotation to finish off the enemy, and like you don't want to restart the rotation, have to use your main DPS ability again, right? If you have a Nuvolette charge attack on your healer, you can situationally just be like, all right, I'm gonna Nuvolette beam this thing down to get the last like 20% of the HP dead, right? And like there's this weird modal utility, and then her being like a weird short field time DPS unit, potentially if you really build around it. That's why like the Dia Farina Siegeween combo works pretty well. So yada yada, lots of yapping. I'm saying all this because Siegeween is a vastly underrated character, because people pander her as one of the worst characters in the game, which is just not the case. She's a very usable character, and there's compelling reasons to get her as a comfort healer option for Farina. Outside of the Farina context, there's much fewer reasons to have her. She still does have her skill buff, her flat damage buff that works when from off-field skill damage. And yeah, like I think like I have not seen any like person that actually has Siegeween feel like they actually like think she's that bad as everyone says she is. All the people saying she's as bad as she is are the people that have not tried to use her. And it's fine. You don't have to pull for her. You can have reasons not to pull for characters. But honestly, like, I just don't think people are properly understanding the value of this character, and I think she has a place. Would it have been better if she had the exact same kit as a 4-star? Yeah, that would have been better. Would have been a lot better for the health of the game if she was a 4-star. But she also has a kit that is better than a 4-star. Significantly so, in my experience. So, I don't know, it's C tier. That's it may be B tier. I don't know. It depends on your account. On my account, like, because I have other compelling healer options for Farina, and notably I have C2 Farina, like, I don't have anywhere near as much reason to do Farina Siegeween core, right? Because one, C2 Farina, either one of two things. Either C2 Farina reduces my need to have a team-wide healer on the team, or two, increases my Farina damage enough that I don't really care that much about having another unit that buffs her, right? Other than the other units that already are buffing her, potentially, like, say, Shalonen. So, like, on my account, I think she's C, where she has niche utility in some specific teams. And I kind of just like using her because when I do, like, Dia Siegeween together, people are like, oh, wow, you're using two of the worst units in the game and still clearing easily. But in fact, it's just because it's not actually that bad. Anyways, yeah. Over Kujo Sara? Yeah. Look, Kujo Sara only is not F because her C6 has niche hyper utility that I don't think I will ever really use. Anyways, so I'll place her in C. Usable with asterisks. Farina reliance, mostly, and depends on the healer situation on your account. For many people's accounts that I've seen that don't have many compelling options for healer combos with Farina, I think actually a surprisingly high number of people could get value out of Siegeween on their account. I'm not joking, but anyways, doesn't mean pull for her. Since she's on banner, I should have that asterisk. I don't think you should really pull for her unless you understand that she would be valuable for you, because you're like struggling with you know, wanting Farina healer options. So, yeah. I think she solidly deserves there. She's nowhere near the worst character in the game. Sethos. I really like Sethos. I think he's a solid B-boy. I'll place him with Sino. Electro unit. Has interesting playstyle. I really like how they designed his kit. Other than the fact that I really, really, really dislike the fact that they limited his like 700% EM multiplier on his charge attacks to 4 charge attacks. He would be so much more of a fun unit to build around and play with like charge attack spam playstyle by building extra energy on him, if that was not a limitation. I get why they put that limitation, but I also feel like if he was just a 5-star, he just wouldn't have that limitation, and that annoys me. But I really like him. I like playing him. Thundering Fury build is fun on him because it manages to put his skill cooldown low enough that I can basically guarantee using a second skill right after I'm done doing 3 charge attacks usually. And it also with an energy recharge timepiece, even without C6, it enables me to do like a burst and charge attack playstyle. Or I can just do charge attack spam. He has weird nuance in the fact that his charge attack is 2 units of electro, so he can be like, and his like piercing shot AoE application, yada yada. I find him a pretty usable and fun unit. He was part of the reason I originally decided not to go for Clerind, because I ended up having more fun with him. And I was like, why even bother going for Clerind? And I wished for Sethos Constellations, but Sethos Constellations hate me. I just cannot get them for some reason. And I ended up getting Alhaitham in trying to go for Sethos Constellations. And wish I had gotten Clerind back then. Oh well, it's fine. Yeah, his teams are pretty limited though, ultimately. And like, he's going to require investment, particularly into other units. He's certainly not the strongest character in the game, but his playstyle is fun. And I think he's well designed. Emily. I think most people would probably put her in A tier if they're trying to be somewhat objective at minimum. I personally would put her in S tier. But again, because of the fact that I labeled S tier specifically, as most of us agree, and I don't think most people understand Emily or have really tried to use Emily. Like the amount of people that just use Emily, oh, let's just do Emily plus Pyro, and that's all you do. You just do Emily Pyro and just have burning constantly. You don't try to do anything else with any other reactions. It's so boring. I'm sorry. Like, there's ways to make Emily work with Hydro. There's ways to make Emily work with Electro. And those are her most fun teams, in my opinion. So, I don't know. Because that's, I guess, a controversial take, I'm going to put her in wishy-washy tier. She's an S lady for me. So, yeah. And she has gotten more fun over time as they've released new supports. Notably Muika as another off-field Pyro. Pyro Traveler should work well with her too. I haven't messed around a lot with that, just a little bit. Yeah, gave new value to Dia to me. Anyways. I like doing Emily Mulaney teams a lot. Mulaney. If you're a speedrunner, I think you could... From the speedrun context, I think Mulaney still does belong in S tier, probably. I think... Like, I enjoy Mulaney, but I'm not constantly playing her, right? I like that she exists in the game. I like her different team options for getting her to function. Yeah, many people find her clunky, obviously. I think they fixed most of her kit clunkiness, and the main thing that makes her clunky is just how enemies behave. And Genshin has long been a game I've tried to push the mentality of paying attention to what enemies are doing. If you understand how enemies work, you can have many more options than you might expect for functionally increasing your clear times in Abyss. So, anyways, I'm going to put her high in A tier, because I like her a lot. But I don't quite think she belongs in the S tier, as far as most of us agree. And I don't like her so much that I put her in my personal S tier. So, I don't know. She's just a DPS unit I really enjoy. That's all. Yeah. Yelan under Xingqiu? Yeah. I think Yelan is a worse unit than Xingqiu, but yeah. Anyways. Kachina. Oops. Oh god. I just had a heart attack because I hit back on my mouse by accident. I'm so glad it cached that. Good god. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? I would have had to go look at my stream and replace everything. God. Anyways, Kachina. I think she's a solid C tier. Like, scroll set, good. That's kind of her story. I think she's, yeah, like, she was made to be bad Shilonen, right? We need an Emily video. I've used Emily in a bunch of videos, so I don't know what else I can do. Like, when Emily reruns, I'll probably make a video about her again, more directly about her. CC bot, yeah. C for cute, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I'll just throw her here. Enables Chiori. Usable on Wolflord. I showed with the recent Abyss. She can if you use it's clunky, but you can with just a skill and burst, I believe. Well, not with a skill, sorry. Within like 20 seconds, so within one rotation, you can get the Wolflord construct things knocked down with Kachina alone. So, you know, is she as good as like Ningguang? Not necessarily, but Kachina does like actual buffing in a team, whereas like Ningguang doesn't really. Well, I guess you can do TDS Ningguang, so it depends on the team, I guess. So, anyways, Mini Shilonen, which is, you know, Mini Shilonen with just scroll is not that good, especially with her clunky cooldown issues. I don't know. You could definitely say she's maybe low C or D potentially. I don't like how they balanced her kit. The fact that it's as hard to DPS her as it is when the only thing her kit does, other than scroll buff, is damage. Other than, I guess, you know, the weird nuance of building her for EM for her shielding potential. So she does have weird shielding potential, which is fun, I guess. But yeah, anyways, I think she's solidly in this tier with usable with asterisks, and you probably don't use her almost ever if you have Shilonen. But maybe you still need her on occasion because, yeah. It's nice that she's a free character in the game that has function. So there's that. There is that. I don't think she deserves to be bad but unique in some way. I don't know why that traveler is there. Oh wait, wait, what? What's happening? What? No, I got, these got rearranged because I refreshed the page. That's what happened. I got confused. Oh wait, my C6 has disappeared. Oh, okay. Oh frick, the traveler's disappeared. Oh no. Where did I put them all? No. That's really annoying. Well, I know Hydro Traveler was down here. I think I put Electro Traveler here, right? Animal Traveler is here too. Geo Traveler was here. Pyro Traveler was in A. Dendro Traveler was in A. We can put Pyro Traveler there. C6 Farazan. It's up here. C6 Gaming. Nebula gets to stay at the bottom of S tier. Chiori was an S. Oh, you're trying to trick me now, huh? Alright, so yeah, Unaligned Traveler there. Hydro Traveler. Yeah, I think this was where it was at. Okay. Alright, I think we recovered. I think. Okay, good. Don't hit the back button again. The consequence of having back buttons in your mouse, gosh. Anyways, Kanich. He's interesting. I think he's an interesting DPS. Yeah, I don't know. I think he can belong up here in the interesting DPS category. I don't really play him that much because I don't know. It's just not that engaging to me that often. He's going to get some nice options in the function in the existence of Eon-san, which is good. Like Oreron was already kind of a weirdly okay teammate for him because of scroll buff, and Oreron working with Natline units you don't need Hydro. But Eon-san should just be meaningfully better for him, and you don't have to worry about the weirdness with rotating back into Bennett Circle. So that's, I think, a factor that's worth considering, assuming Eon-san does not crazily change tomorrow. So yeah, I don't know. I think he can solidly be in high A tier. Shilonen, I mean, yeah, we know. Yep. Yeah. I still maintain my perspective that I think Shilonen is a very big missed opportunity. I think it's very boring that they took this character kit and chose to just make the buff she gives the same as Kazuha, but then have it be buff longer and buff everyone in the team, right? Not having to... The fact that she buffs longer, buffs everyone in the team, right? Because Kazuha only will buff the elements you swirl. And like, yes, you can swirl 2 elements at a time, but the situations you can actually do that in are like contextual and tricky potentially. Shilonen is just gives the res shred by having the elements in your team. And has a heal on top of that, and she heals pretty well. She's not quite as good of a healer as like Bennett is for Furina, I would say, but she is still a usable healer as the only healer for Furina. And oh yeah, and she adapts to new waves better because, you know, res shred up from Vivi, you have to do it on each individual enemy. You have to swirl on the enemy to get the shred bonus. Whereas Shilonen just, it translates to new waves. And yeah, like, and not getting the crystallize of a particular element is like noticeable potentially, but also not completely required because you get the more important buff always without having to think about anything. So I think Shilonen is just a power creep Kazuha. Quite frankly, not in all situations. Kazuha does more personal damage. Kazuha has grouping, right? I think inside one of this current abyss, you could very easily clear faster with Kazuha teams than Shilonen. That's cool. But I don't know. I don't like that they just made power creep Kazuha, personally. And I really wish, like, her C2 is interesting. I think a lot of people overrate her C2. I would go for her weapon, by the way, if you're talking about like doing high investment Shilonen things. Her weapon... I got Shilonen C2 and I compared Shilonen C0 with her weapon to Shilonen C2 versus C0 and with or without weapon, and the most noticeable difference I saw was when I had her weapon. Her C2 is just a situationally impactful thing. If you really like cryo DPSing, I think you could compellingly want to get Shilonen C2 for cryo DPSing. It also has the unique electro mechanic. The Hydro, Geo, and Pyro buff are kind of, in my opinion, mostly whatever. I don't think they're particularly necessary. I would not get baited by Shilonen C2 is my point, but I'll probably make a video about Shilonen C2. C2 fixes Sino. Yeah, kind of, because yeah, you can just do fast rotation Sino, which is interesting. And yes, completely annihilate his energy needs, sure. But yeah, so yeah, her C2 is strong. I just don't get baited by it, right? If you don't actually need it. But if you're at a point of investment in Genshin where you don't think you care about new characters coming out as much and you just want to make your existing team stronger, then, you know, don't let me stop you. I just want people when they go for constellations to know what they're losing when they go for it. So yeah, what am I saying? Oh yeah, so the concept, what I mentioned was C2. Shilonen C2 is, I think, a sign of like, oh, they had something that could have been a better idea. And I've said this before if you watch my streams, but maybe after like 550 viewers, you might not regularly watch my streams. Think about the context where let's swap Shilonen C2 and her res shred. So C2 becomes res shred, right? Cool. All right. And then C2 becomes her base kit. But instead of her C2 working exactly as it is, where her C2, if you have a pyro unit in the team, the pyro units get 45% attack. Let's change that. And if you have a pyro unit in the team, the whole team gets attack. And maybe the values would have to change slightly too, right? And the same thing, like if you have a cryo unit in the team, the whole team gets 60% crit damage, right? Is that not a much more interesting kit? If they had done something, and I'm not saying like it would be exactly, right? So I'm not saying exactly swap C2 and swap res shred. I'm pointing that out as a very simple concept where like they wouldn't have to change animations. They would just have to change what the game is doing under the hood for how the buffs are applied, right? And what that could have done had been like, oh, if Shilonen in her base kit was like, oh, have a cryo unit in the team, give crit damage to the whole team, whatever amount of crit damage it is, suddenly we have an incentive to specifically use new kinds of teams, new reasons to use cryo units, because cryo units in conjunction with Shalonen could have been crit buffers. That could have been super cool. And like diversified teams, rather than her just being, this character replaces Kazuha in most situations. It could have been, this character replaces Kazuha with C2, but then with C0 has like interesting new dynamics to how we build teams and how we consider different units. Like the same idea of like how Furina turned healers into buffers. Shalonen could have turned, cryo units into buffers. So, anyways, like the C2 was a hint of something that had much more potential. And that's my frustration, is like they decided to make power creep Kazuha rather than something more interesting. Because like I still think they can make more interesting buffers than this. I think they can make more interesting buffers than just Kazuha too. Right? That's my nitpick with her kit. So like I'm mentioning that because yes, she's an S tier character, but I'm gonna nitpick it because I think she's like honestly the best example of like just Natlan being power creep nation and it kind of feeling bad. Because I still think miHoYo has the ability to make cool kits. And they've shown us they've made cool kits this year still. So, yeah. The Ice Archon will probably power creep her. Power creep Shalonen. That would be interesting. We'll see. I don't know. Anyways, we'll leave it there. Chaska. I mean, most of the Natlan DPS is that... yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, do you prefer Mualani, Chaska, or Kanich? I think all just depends on which gimmick you like the most, right? She's a very strong unit, but her teams are a little bit restricted, but Sitlali releasing, Eonzon releasing will give her more team options. Like when she released, Furina, Bennett, Oreron was like her one actual real team. and she's still going to have some Furina reliance, but now her best team is technically, I think, Muika, Sitlali, Bennett, if I recall. Technically, but not to like a crazy degree. Like I've tested Muika with Muika variants and Sitlali variants with Chaska versus the old Furina Bennett variants, and like they all feel good. So she's gotten more teams as time has gone on, which is good. Yeah, she's really bad in multi-target, that is true, which is fine. I'm perfectly fine with a unit being very single target focused and not having good AoE. And she has weird nuance, like the fact that I have found pretty consistently that VV is better. To be clear, it's harder to build her on VV, but VV is better for her. Particularly if you have a crit rate weapon. I think VV has a likely chance of being better if you invest in some VV crit artifacts. Yeah, her teams are restricted, yes. They're still restrictive, but she's gotten more team options as time has gone on. And Eonzon is another example of that. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit weird that Eonzon probably replaces Oreron in her teams, which I think is a little sad, but it's fine. Oreron. Okay, I'll be honest. Before Eonzon existing, I probably would have put Oreron in S tier. It's hard. I don't know. I think Oreron, if you have a non-C6 Fischl, might be a better character than Fischl. I don't know. I'm still finding I put him in teams a lot. But his value depends on like what your options for Hydra are and what your options are for Natlan units. And as more Natlan units and as more Hydra units release, he's going to be better and better. Yeah, he's kind of Fischl, but he can use Scroll. He doesn't have the same damage contribution, the same like kit functioning as Fischl does in the unique way of like, shield breaking potential and whatever. And like, yes, he is better with C6 because like giving her on fielder a 30% attack buff is potentially significant. So I don't know. I like him a lot. And he's a compelling enough off-field damage dealer, buffer combination weirdness. Like I don't know. It feels like I might be biasing towards putting him in S just because I use him too much, though. Right? Like because I'm doing Yai, Cloud Retainer, Oreron, Furina combo. And I also feel like Eonzon is going to replace a lot of the context I was using Oreron in, right? Like I think I'll use Eonzon over Oreron in that team. So wishy-washy, maybe. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think he's low S tier, high A tier character. I'll put him in my S because I can't decide, which means he's wishy-washy enough, but I like him enough that I'll put him here. Alright. The Electro cast grows in my S tier. This is half Electro characters so far. Alright. You know what? Ignoring my personal dislike of her on-field. Or her bike eagles. I want to ride my bicycle. Ignoring her wanting to ride her bicycle. Just on the basis of the fact that I don't like Xiangling, and that she has basically replaced Xiangling for me, and made for more enjoyable teams, I am fine with putting her in S. And then as far as an on-field DPS and strength goes, yeah, she's S. So we can just keep it simple like that. Sitlali is the real enabler for Muika, I still maintain, as far as Muika being as overpoweredly strong as she is. People would not feel like Muika main DPS is as insanely overpowered as she is. She would still be strong, to be clear, if she was just like doing hydro vaporizing. But Sitlali is the true enabler. I do kind of think Sitlali is almost problematically strong to a degree. Like, this is probably why we didn't get compelling off-field cryos for so long, is because Mihoyo knew that it would just make Pyro too good. This whole stream I've yapped about, like, oh, this character has insert synergy with Sitlali, or what Sitlali has done for them. Or this character, oh, shoot, it's unfortunate that she doesn't have synergy with Sitlali. Or as well, right? Yeah, Sitlali is an S tier enabler. Suddenly, cryo reactions are very relevant. Double cryo cores are very relevant. I really am glad that she exists in the game. She is an example, in my opinion, of good power creep in Genshin, where a new unit releases that enables new, stronger teams. But she also, her existence also potentially is one of the reasons, like, the floor required to hit, the DPS required to hit, for clearing Abyss has gone up and probably will continue to go up. But yeah, bringing cryo back into like being a relevant element for team context, and it is super cool. Yeah, I don't know. She's been really fun to play. I didn't enjoy DPSing her as much as I thought I would. You can do DPSing her for meme potential and get a big number from her burst. I've gotten like 300, 400k from her burst or something. It's fun. So you can do fun builds like that, but I now that I have her C1, I've just focused on her just being fully a buffer build. Speaking of her C1 being a universal flat buff for any kind of on-field damage is super cool. Like, it allows me to use Sitlali for buffing Kachina. I really, really like her C1 as a constellation that is like balanced in a way that's like, it's not, the value her C1 gives to like Muika is not that high. Like, it adds like, 100 to 200k DPR. Sorry. No, yeah, DPR is the correct word there. It's like 100 to 200k DPR in a Muika team is not that significant. like you're already doing a lot of damage. Adding C1 to a Muika team is whatever. Muika on-field team. But adding C1 Sitlali buff to a DPS Kachina team, suddenly Kachina feels like she's doing relevant damage, right? And yeah, her C2 is just nonsense, quite frankly. I'm glad I'm so tempted to get her C2, to be clear. Because, like, my monkey brain like big number. But 40% res shred and 250 EM is stupid. Her C2 is bonkers. I would make strong arguments that her C2 is substantially stronger than Shalonen's C2. I'm probably never going to go for it because it's just too strong. It's just too strong. So, yeah, I just, like... I already have a problem on my account where sometimes I'm using certain characters in conjunction with each other. Like, there's enough different constellations or whatever in conjunction with each other. It's like, I can't even say this is a team I can recommend, like the Nilou team, right? This team, I can't properly recommend this team because Shalona Constellation, the Wika C1, Nilou C1, and Nilou on Kyokasha Suit, and Sitlali C1, like, all these things together in the conjunction of them make enough difference that it's like, I can't strongly recommend this team universally. But it still probably functions, just much lower damage, right? With lower end things. So, anyways, what am I saying? Sidlolly really good. I think she's been a positive change for the game, if a little bit weird, because of how much she has uplifted certain DPS ceilings, and the fact that, like, oh, why play insert character here when you can just Moika Sidlolly? Like, that's just the most boring. Like, what Moika and Sidlolly have done to the game and the current state of Genshin's meta, and turned certain people into being like, why do this when just do this instead? It's so boring. This is why my perspective is like, doing past the damage threshold of Abyss is not necessary unless you just personally enjoy it. As far as like, I think what we should conceive of as the meta for Genshin is how can we get to the threshold of clearing with whatever characters we want to use, right? What options do we have? I think that's the most fun meta we can have. And anything past that is just like, hey, yeah, it's enjoyable to get big numbers and whatever. If you want to play Moika because it's super fast to clear and, you know, gets big numbers, that's great. But like, it's not necessary to do that to clear the content in the game, right? So, anyways, yeah, I don't know. The game just does not necessitate 120k DPS teams, to say the least, and it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. But yeah, the weekends at Lolly are good. Oops. Most people will probably not regret pulling them. Almost done. Lanyan. I've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. Good God. I think Lanyan is an S tier character. I think she is. Yeah. I think the fact that she is, like, she's much better at being a DPS than I thought she was. And that is influencing things, yes. But I don't even think this is a wishy-washy yes for me. I think this is just S. And I think if you don't think she is, like yeah, maybe most people don't agree, I guess, but I think people might be underestimating the utility of Lanyan, of being able to provide a quite tanky shield. The fact that she snapshots Bennett buff is, like, didn't think about that before her release, and that's just kind of nonsense. Yes, her C2 makes her shield way tankier. Her C1 makes her quite compelling DPS, which I've shown decently well, hopefully, if you watch my videos or streams. And like I don't know, this weird conjunction of a shielder plus catalyst unit that can hold TDDS and have flexibility to have a good shield, without it being a shield that's like completely making you immortal, I think makes it a good balance, right? Like her downtime in her shield when you're like setting up your rotation means that like she's not keeping you immortal when you're, you know, if you're doing Arlecchino E Bennett into whoever, you know, into Lanyan, you know, she doesn't keep you immortal while you're doing your setup. You might take a hit and die still. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a well-balanced shield. That you're basically not going to take damage when her shield is up, but there is some downtime. So yeah, I don't know. I think she's a well-balanced unit, with the main weird thing being she kind of like arguably power creeps Zhongli at C0, but that's an arguable thing because, again, like, I think the selling point of Zhongli is just brain off, hold E at beginning of rotation, don't worry about taking damage, right? And you don't have to worry about VV setups or anything. He just gives you the buff, right? So like, she's not as easy to use, but I don't know. I think her fun potential, or her general defensive utility and buffing potential with VV, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers, and her potential path for being a compelling DPS unit, I think all makes her have S tier qualities. So yeah. Oh boy. I want those, so like you can watch my Mizuki stream if you want. When I first saw this character's kit, I literally sent Jeff a message. I was like, and then TGS had a YouTube community post where TGS thought the same thing. Looked at Mizuki's kit and was like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's interesting. It's interesting that they're making a character that is incentivized specifically to be an on-field swirl DPS. And then we found out she can't normal attack, which means, like, the simple explanation is that she's made to be an on-field swirl DPS where she gets more swirl damage by being on-field for a bit, And not being able to normal attack on top of restricting her teams really heavily, which is a significant problem, yes. But on top of restricting her teams really heavily, removes an option for like getting additional swirls. You have no option. You have no real control over how much you get. You always will get the same amount of swirls, assuming you don't have other elements that eat, like the aura, like dendro, could cause some problems. But like, she has a heavy set limit, right? She's a swirl DPS that has no tech for like getting more swirls, basically. Like, and it makes her so boring to play too. And then like you can literally just like kind of use sucrose instead of her, and sucrose will just be better in many of her team contexts. And like yeah, she heals, but then her healing doesn't work with Frina, because the way her healing works, like she doesn't heal enough to overheal consistently. She only heals when you're below 70%. So same as Bennett, right? But she doesn't heal enough. Like Bennett on a build where he can particularly build for healing, because you have the option to build Bennett for healing, because you don't have to build damage on him. You don't have to build EM on him with ER like you do Mizuki. So you have the ability to build him for healing more than you can on Mizuki. You can try to build a little bit more healing on Mizuki, but like it's not very easy or consistent to overheal it with any kind of consistency on Mizuki, which means you don't even proc Frina A4 passive a bunch. So like she's not a good healer for Frina. And like if she was a good healer for Frina, she'd be probably here. But she's not. And like so yeah, like C4 Mizuki is here. I'm sorry, I don't know. Like I was genuinely interested in her kit when I originally saw it. And then we learned her restrictions and how it actually works. Yeah, like yeah. I'll place her above Aloy. She's at least a Genshin character. Yeah, there's too much anti-synergy in her kit. And like if she did much more damage, or if the game's mechanics worked in a way where you could consistently do like a swirl, we'll assume AoE situations. This character is only relevant in AoE situations in the first place. But if you could consistently get like a pyro swirled onto an enemy that has cryo on it, and get a forward melt cryo swirl, her buffing her swirls as much as it is means you can get like 50k plus swirls. And with her C1 getting a super swirl, you can get like 100k swirls potentially, theoretically. But like you're basically never going to get that consistently because of how swirl works in the game and how aura work on enemies in the game. Like it's very, very hard to possibly have pyro on one enemy, cryo on one enemy, swirl the pyro, and get that big melt. It's theoretically possible. So if you see footage of someone getting a giant swirl on her, that's kind of what they did. They did but like, again, like you just press E and move around. You can't really control things that well. So like, if she had tech to control things, right? If you could control things, that's so frustrating. It was frustrating because I think she could have been a good character. Not nice. Okay, I shouldn't say good character. She could have been an interesting character, unique in the game. And I think it would be cool to have a on-field swirl DPS focus unit like she is, but she just doesn't do enough and has too many restrictions. So I'm sorry, she's F. I would like to have placed her more, but yeah. And this is why I didn't make a video on her, by the way. I was gonna make a video be like, here, she works in these teams, but like every one of those teams, I was like, other units are better. Like she's either basically a bad Sayu or a bad sucrose is what it felt like most of the time. And she has the one other interesting thing worth mentioning. She has the fact that when she is on field in her skill state, she buffs other animal units swirl damage. Unfortunately, there's not really other animal units that do that much off-field swirling to a compelling enough degree that it matters. With the one context, I think being Jean is kind of interesting. I didn't have a fully invested Jean like Sunfire combo to test, but the Sunfire combo, like you don't get relevance for having Bennett as an on-field. So like you can do Sunfire, Jean, Mizuki, Bennett, Farina, and then you know her healing doesn't matter obviously because you have two other healers, and you just have her be an on-field swirl DPS. And like that is maybe the one contest where theoretically she has like this extra interesting synergy by buffing Jean's swirl damage if Jean is built for it. But like, or yeah, I guess like Lynette. But like, I just don't think there's the right characters that exist right now. So it's possible that could exist in the future, but I don't know. All they had to do, like if you could have her swirl buff applied to like your causal plunges, that'd be super cool, right? make your Kazuha plunges get mega swirls, that'd be cool. But they made it you have to be on field with her to have the buff for your, so it's only off field swirls. I'm sorry. I don't know, for people that are fans of her. I can understand why you might like the like pastels and simple play style. Like, there's a reason to have like nice simple units to play in the game, but I certainly would not pull on her banner for her. But maybe you pull for her, or maybe you choose her in the standard selector in the future, just because why not? If you don't have any other constellation or 5-star you want on the standard selector in the future. C4 should have been base kit. Yeah, that's my feeling too. I think it would have helped a lot. So yeah. Veressa, okay, so asterisk, these characters are going to get changes. They're in the list, so I'll rank them quick. These characters are probably going to get changes tomorrow. Veressa, I think it's possible she gets buffed, but I think it's possible she gets very few changes. I wouldn't mind a slight rework on her burst, but it's not that important. We're going into the details. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I think she belongs with the other Natline units, quite frankly. So, yeah, I don't know. I think she's fun, has some interesting kit nuance. I like that she's not the same as, like, Chaska, Kanich, and Mualani, where like Chaska, Kanich, Mualani, and like they actually and Navia. These 4 characters, think about their kit for a second. What they are on a fundamental level. They're mostly just like use ability, build stacks, press button to get big damage number. In the case of Chaska, it's a bunch of numbers, but it's all at once. That's all. They're all Navia. Like, Navia succeeded, and they're just like, what if we do that 5 times? All of them. Their press ability, build stacks, press another ability again, get big number. Every single one of them. Veressa is not that. If you want the base description of her kit, she's kind of just like electro Gaming. I think that makes her kind of a more underwhelming unit than Gaming, because like Gaming has, you know, elemental synergy that like makes him, in my opinion, more engaging to play. But I think she'll still be kind of fun to play. And she has her visual wrestling gimmick. Yes, and that's cool. If you like the visual gimmick, you like the visual gimmick, of course. So yeah, I don't know. I think she's solidly in this tier. I like that she at least has a different kit than press ability, wait for stacks to build, press button. So, and her weird modal burst, her weird secondary burst is interesting. We'll see how it actually ends up being on release, if anything changes with that. But yeah, I don't know. She's an interesting character kit. I am not upset about the idea that I'm potentially going to probably, like, it's very likely I get C2 of her. Not because I want her C2, because I have like multiple guarantees capturing Radiance with me right now, and I'm going to go for Eon Son constellations. It's extremely likely I get C2 for us. So it's possible I don't, because I might get lucky with Eon Son. I might only get C0. Maybe I'll only get C1. But like, I'm not too upset about it, because she has a kind of interesting playstyle for a plunge DPS. It's not just like jump, plunge, dash, animation cancel. Instead, it's like use skill, do charge attack, then do plunge, and then there's nuance like when the skill resets versus when the burst resets. But it's mostly just like she gets a bunch of resets and she can plunge constantly. I think you get at least 5 combos of E charge attack plunge out, or burst charge attack plunge, whatever. It's cool. It's cool. So it's a cool idea for an Electro DPS. And she seems like she's probably going to be decently strong enough that I don't think she's going to be that hard to use. And she'll have decent enough team options, with Eon Son helping her have extra team options significantly. But yeah, Eon Son, look, it's Bennett too. Go squat with Bennett. Yep, this is Bennett too, but instead of standing still in a circle, you move around. That's Eon Son's kit. She wants you to move to keep up her buff. Whereas, and yeah. How much she'll actually compete with Bennett, to be clear, directly, is going to depend on your constellation level. We'll see if things change. I don't think it's worth getting into the details for this tier list video. But having Bennett 2 is a pretty big deal, because now if you want to play 2 teams that both wanted, you know, a Bennett-ish amount of attack buffing in the team for your on-fielder, well, now now you can do that, right? You can use Bennett for one side and Bennett on the other side. You can also use them both together. So having more buffing options gives more flexibility for doing different kinds of things we want to do in the game, for having compelling damage options. That's good. right? Like, yeah, that's kind of all it is. So yeah. No pyro resistance with the pyro DPS. Do you think it'll matter? Pyro resistance. You mean Bennett? Bennett doesn't give pyro red shred. Xiangling C1 gives pyro red shred. You might be thinking of the pyro damage bonus, but like again, constellation versus constellation. Like weird thing with Eonson versus Bennett is like Bennett, I think is less constellation relevant. Like I think Eonson gets pretty linear increase from constellations. C1 is just energy refunding. C2, and this could change. C2 is a relevant buff addition, like a 30% attack for your on-fielder. And then C4 is an overflow for her Night Soul, which is potentially fairly significant for keeping up her buff in different kinds of teams, but potentially also irrelevant in some other teams. And then C6 is longer buff duration and more damage bonus if she is overflowing. So that makes her C4 retroactively more important. But like C2 is most relevant, and then her C6 is relevant, and C4 is depends on the team relevant, as it is right now with her kit. And as far as comparing to Bennett goes, like Bennett C1 is a fairly complete kit. Like if you do a crowned C1 Bennett, pretty good boy. But also Bennett functionally has a secret constellation in the form of like Aquila Favonia for him, or Mist Splitter or whatever, right? A 674 base attack weapon versus a Sapwood Blade for him is a meaningful buff difference for him. Like that's a secret constellation on him. And also I would say C5 and C6 Bennett are quite significant. Having played with a non-C6 Bennett, I am finding context today where like C6 Bennett is important for setups. So as an example, lately I've been doing, Arlecchino, Bennett, Sitlali with Rosaria. And Rosaria's on instructors. The easiest way to trigger instructors consistently is by having C6 Bennett. I can do a pyro normal attack with Rosaria after I do Rosaria EQ and make sure I get a reaction to trigger instructor's buff on Rosaria. Otherwise, I can struggle sometimes to actually have pyro on the enemies to trigger instructors consistently on her. And there's other contexts like C6 Bennett with Chevreuse teams. C6 Bennett with Chevreuse teams can technically enable you to you can do Raiden Bennett Chevreuse without having Xiangling or another off-field pyro in the team if you have C6 Bennett, because you can just do a normal attack with Raiden to do an overload on the enemy before you actually do her burst. I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing that, but like it is like the point with that is like C6 Bennett is weird off-field pyro application, and also pyro damage bonus is potentially good. It's very good. Like I think C6 Bennett is one of the most misunderstood and undervalued constellations in the game from many people. Why is Kaveh an S? This is my S tier. It's the wishy-washy tier. Go back and rewind the stream if you want to see why Kaveh is specifically an S. My S tier. Kaveh, if I'm deleting my tier, right? Here we can take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot of two versions of this tier list. One is with this is my real tier list, which includes my wishy-washy tier, and then I can get rid of the wishy-washy tier and put these characters where I think they would belong if I didn't have my personal biases significantly skewing them. So yeah. Anyways, what was I saying? Eon-san's very good. How good she'll be is a big ol', it depends. Eon-san does not need a high base attack 5-star weapon like Bennett to meet her max buff potential. Yeah. So we'll see where her exact kit ends up being though. She'll probably literally tomorrow is probably when we're going to see the most significant changes. If she has very few or little changes, that probably indicates that she's probably going to release mostly like she is now. So yeah. But I suspect she'll get some changes. What exactly they'll look like, I don't know. But yeah. All right. So yeah, here let's shrink this down. Actually, here I'm gonna take our higher resolution screenshot for me. There we go. This fits fully on my screen. It doesn't fit on your screen. I'll shrink it down for you if you want to take a screenshot personally. But this is the first time I've ever made a Genshin tier list for all the dang characters in this video game. And yep. This is it. This is my tier list. Alright. And then I'll shrink it down for you so you can see it all together. I'll shrink it one more time. There we go. There's so many freaking characters in this game. Alright. There it is. Only took 4 hours and 59 minutes while I did some yapping beforehand. Yep. And, okay, so if we rebalance things, though, to get rid of my wishy-washy personal S tier, I think Clorinda belongs solidly in A. Emily belongs solidly in A. Raiden belongs in B. Oron's a hard one to play still. I'm gonna play some near Xiangling. We'll keep things simple. Yai. Dia, let's be realistic, goes here. Same with Candace. And Kaveh goes here. There you go. So I'm not even going to snap a screenshot of this one because this is not my real tier list. My real tier list is the one with the wishy-washy tier. Why is Raiden B? Go back and rewind the stream. I originally placed her in B and told you my logic of placing her there, but the long and short is that I think she requires too much investment for her teams to feel good. Both in her build and the other characters that you need with her. So, like, I think she feels similar to Xiao in that vein, or like you feel pushed towards getting C2 to make her feel compelling. Then it's C0's S. No, I was not assuming C0 for every 4-star. The only reason I have C6 on these two is because of the fact that I think these characters are in a completely different tier if they're not C6. Like, I think Gaming without C6 is B tier, and I think Farazan without C6 is probably C tier. So the usable with a bunch of asterisks, and Gaming without C6 is usable but requires more dedication. For the other characters, they all have, like, yes, relevant constellations. Like, Bennett has relevant constellations, but you know, it's not that greatly different of a ranking, I think, for every other character. That's why I don't think it's that important. So yeah. Anyways, yep, that's it. If you want my non-wishy-washy ranking, but no, my wishy-washy ranking is back. Okay, you know what? I guess I should take a screenshot just in case I need to share it. Just in case anyone's like, what is your ranking of characters without your wishy-washy tier? And I'd be like, fine, here. The wishy-washy tier is still there because it's only gone because you demanded to be gone. But it's still there in spirit. And so we'll put things back as they should be. Who else was there? I forgot who was there. Uh-oh. Kaveh. There was like 2 more there though, right? Candace and Dia. Yeah. Okay, no, we got them all. All right, fixed. All right, and you know, if I'm gonna rank my wishy-washy tier, who is my favorite of the wishy-washies? Oron's only low here because I think he could be an S anyways. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Bam. Done. I can't brain anymore. I need water. I'm running out of water. I'm shaking my water, but there's nothing in it. It's drained. Anyways. Alright. Chevy deserves her own tier list. Yeah. Next, I need to do a polearms only. No. Nope. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I need to be free. Thanks for watching. I'll probably do a unit review stream in a few days. By a few days, I mean either tomorrow or Tuesday. I've been saying I'll do a unit review stream for a while, but I put the lesbians side by side. They were side by side before, weren't they? But fine. And then I gotta put Dia lower. there we go. We can pretend that Emily and, well, actually, okay, no. I mean, technically, we're gonna go full lesbian. Are they though? I think they're kind of still. There were definitely enemies to lovers vibes, like. Anyways, yeah, there you go. So what is it saying? Unit review stream probably the UID review, whatever you want to call it. Probably either tomorrow, depending on how I feel and how my book reading situation is, because I gotta read book for book club. And if not, then Tuesday, hopefully, unless I just feel very not in the mood to do a unit review stream again. So yeah, and I might have a video coming out Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see. But yeah, if you want another tier list stream, I feel like this stream or this video might end up getting more views than my other tier list video. But go watch my other tier list video with my friends, because that one truly embraced the wishy-washy tier list. The casual tier list mindset of like having vague vibes of what the relevance of different characters are in Genshin from my friend's perspective. So yeah. Am I down to pull Farina on my account once she gets there? I should think about that this week, considering the banners. Someone has asked before of like, are you going to do viewer polls on the Farina Risley situation? I would need to coordinate that this week with people. So I don't know. Send me a message on Discord, I guess, if you want me to do viewer polls, and if there's enough people, not too many. And, like I could do viewer polls properly, right? Like I could do a form, but I don't want to do viewer polls really regularly. It's not my style of content that much, but maybe I will. Maybe it's an easy video to make to give you some streamer luck, maybe. I haven't done one in a while, so I'd be down for one, but I'd have to have at least like 3 or 4 accounts, I think, that want me to do polls. So, and maybe it can be a live stream instead of a dedicated edited video or anything, right? So I don't know. Send me a DM if you're interested in that, because I need to have at least a few people that want me to do that. But yeah. Yep. It was a fun stream. Never making a tier list again, probably. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Bye.